affection or ill will.
Congratulations to both of you, Senators Colette Montejo and Senator Dr. Elma Kay, and welcome to today's sitting, and to both of you, welcome back to the Senate.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. First, in accordance with Standing Order 9.2, the Leader of Government Business represented to me that there was an urgent necessity for the Senate to meet upon a day earlier than the day to which the Senate stands adjourned to conclude the legislative passage of select bills. Having satisfied myself as to the existence of an urgent necessity, I designated today, August 4th, 2026, for the transaction of the said business. Second, I wish to place on record a correspondence from the National Trade Union Congress to the President of the Senate re restriction of parliamentary privilege and my response. In a correspondence dated May 28, 2026, the National Trade Union Congress wrote, Restriction of parliamentary privileges. The National Trade Union Congress of Belize writes to formally protest your intervention during Senator Dennison's contribution to the debate on the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 on Tuesday, 28 April 2026, and more particularly your state of defiance and Standing Order 8.4 to restrict the content of his speech in the Senate. The nature of Senator Dennison's remarks. We respectfully but firmly submit that his remarks were directly relevant to the bill under consideration and were not in contravention of the standing orders of the Senate. Your interruption of his contribution violated senatorial parliamentary privilege in discussing a definite matter of urgent public importance and addressing the practical realities of the enforcement of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act. We emphasize that there are constitutional implications of expanded enforcement powers of granting to public officers. The examples he provided were factual illustrations intended to help the people of Belize understand the real-world operation and consequences of the proposed legislation. These included documented instances where law enforcement officers detained motorists beyond statutory authority and where internal legal advice was ignored. Such examples are directly relevant to the amendment bill and fall squarely within the protected scope of parliamentary debate privileges. That opportunity to inform fellow Belizeans on these salient matters was denied. Parliamentary privilege, constitutional foundation. Parliamentary privilege is not a ceremonial indulgence granted to legislators. It is among the oldest constitutional safeguards inherited from the Westminster tradition and developed through centuries of constitutional struggle against executive overreach. Its genesis lies in the historic contest between Crown and Parliament, particularly in the 17th century England, where members of Parliament were imprisoned, prosecuted, and intimidated by the Crown for statements made in legislative proceedings. The eventual recognition of freedom of speech in Parliament, enshrined in Article 9 of the English Bill of Rights 1689, established the foundational constitutional principle that debates and proceedings in Parliament ought to be impeached or questioned in any ought not to be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. Under Section 62 of the Constitution of Belize, the Senate possesses such privileges as are necessary for the exercise of its functions. These include freedom of speech and debate as recognized in Commonwealth parliamentary law and affirmed by the Senate's own practices. That privilege exists not for the personal comfort of parliamentarians, but for the protection of democracy itself. Legislators must be free to expose corruption, maladministration, abuse of authority, and institutional failures without fear or suppression or intimidation. A legislature that cannot speak candidly about the conduct of state officials ceases to function as an effective check on executive power. The improper use of Standing Order 84. Modern constitutional jurisprudence throughout the Commonwealth has consistently recognized that parliamentary privileges occupies a constitutionally protected sphere essential to the separation of powers. While constitutional rights and privileges must coexist harmoniously, courts across Commonwealth jurisdictions have repeatedly affirmed that freedom of speech in Parliament is indispensable to democratic accountability. Attempts by presiding officers to improperly curtail debate on matters of public administration undermine not only individual senators, but also the institutional and constitutionally protected independence of Parliament itself. It is therefore a matter of serious concern that during debate on legislation directly concerning law enforcement powers and public administration, the presiding officer intervened to prohibit discussion of real examples of abuse, misconduct, and constitutional misunderstanding by public officers. The Senate cannot meaningfully scrutinize legislation while simultaneously being prohibited from discussing the realities of its implication. Standing Order 84 empowers the President to enforce order and relevance, but does not authorize substantive censorship of constitutionally protected speech. By contrast, Standing Order 36 provides specific procedures for limiting debate which were not followed. Our requests, accordingly, we request 1, an immediate and unequivocal apology for the improper restriction of parliamentary privileges during the debate on the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 on Tuesday, 28 April 26. 2, a formal ruling or minute entered into the Senate's records and reflected in the Hansard, acknowledging that reliance on Standing Order 84 in this context was improper. And 3, formal acknowledgement that Standing Order 84 cannot be used to circumvent or expand upon the specific limitations and procedures contained in Standing Order 36. Conclusion: the independence of Parliament depends upon the vigilant protection of parliamentary privilege. Presiding officers are guardians of that privilege. It is our sincere hope that this matter can be corrected promptly and appropriately in keeping with the constitutionally protected independence and integrity of the Senate within Belize democracy. We remain available to meet with you to discuss this matter further in keeping with the dignity and independence of this Senate. And it was signed by one Timothy Dami, General Secretary, National Trade Union Congress of Belize. A response dated July 7, 2026 was sent to the National Trade Union Congress of Belize. Restriction of parliamentary privileges. I thank you for your Gen 05/2026 enclosure TD 17, dated 28 May 2026 on the above captioned topic, and write in response to your requests contained in your said letter. These are: 1, an immediate and unequivocal apology for the improper restriction of parliamentary privileges during the debate on the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 on Tuesday, 28 April 2026. 2, a formal ruling or minute entered into the Senate's records and reflected in the Hansard, acknowledging that reliance on Standing Order 84 in this context was improper. And 3, formal acknowledgement that Standing Order 84 cannot be used to circumvent or expand upon the specific limitations and procedures contained in Standing Order 36. As I understand it, these requests stem from what the National Trade Union Congress of Belize perceives as as presiding officer's, intervention of Senator Glenfield Dennison's contribution to the debate on the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 on Tuesday, 28 April 26, and specifically the reliance on Standing Order 84 to restrict the content of his speech in the Senate. As Senator Dennison is a constitutional representative of the NTUCB in the upper house, I therefore appreciate and understand why the Congress, feeling aggrieved about a decision concerning its representative, would pen a correspondence to me as a presiding officer. However, I must state straight away that the request is misplaced. In this regard, it is important to clarify how the work of the upper house, including debates, is regulated and governed. As you are aware, the Senate, as the upper house of the National Assembly, is part of one of the arms of government. Its functions, powers, privileges, and immunities are governed by the Constitution of Belize, standing orders or rules of that house, and practices and conventions which are set out and explained in text, such as Erskine-May parliamentary practice. The significance of this is that as a presiding officer of the upper house, I look to these as guides and aids in making a determination when exercising any functions and powers. Decisions are also made based on precedents, that is, previous decisions of previous presiding officers on the same issue. As such, as presiding officer, I look to guidance of the parliamentary officers of the National Assembly, and in particularly the clerk of the National Assembly. It is also important to remind what are the primary functions of a presiding officer. These are to maintain discipline and order in the House. Significantly, decisions made by a presiding officer at a particular sitting are final once that sitting has been adjourned. In this respect, and having regard to the aforementioned guides and aids on the exercise of a presiding officer's powers and function, I need to state that it has never been the practice or procedure that the presiding officer would respond to requests of the nature made by non-members. In short, the requests and matters raised are things that a member would have had to raise at that sitting or the next sitting of the upper house. A sitting of the upper house was the forum for these matters to have been raised. Notwithstanding the foregoing, and as a matter of courtesy, in full confidence as to the correctness of my ruling, and in the interest of transparency and ensuring that the parliamentary record fully reflects the basis upon which that ruling was made, and because your letter contains inaccuracies and mischaracterizations of what transpired at the sitting, I have elected to provide this response. I state here clearly, however, that as a presiding officer, I am not attempting to create a precedent, and my response should not be viewed as a precedent. In responding to your request, I provide the following contextual information within the headings of the architecture of your correspondence. The nature of Senator Dennison's remark. The record will reflect that Senator Dennison was afforded ample opportunity and considerable latitude to provide contextual information during his intervention on the bill that was under consideration. In Senator Dennison's own words, he chose to not focus on the legislative aspect of it, but on the practical implications of it, and proceeded to use his lived reality of engagement with enforcement officers to demonstrate, in your words, the constitutional implications of expanded enforcement powers to public officers to help the people of Belize understand the real-world operation and consequences of the proposed legislation. For the record, Senator Denson, upon rising to make his intervention, expressed support for the said bill. 3. While his intervention did not speak to the bill directly, that is, he made no reference to the clauses of the said bill, I was satisfied that his intervention had contextual relevance and as such complied with Standing Order 36-1, subject to the provisions of this Standing Order. Debate upon any motion, bill, or amendment shall be relevant to such motion, bill, or amendment, and a senator shall confine his observations to the subject under discussion. This was acknowledged repeatedly throughout my engagement with Senator Dennison. 4. It was my considered view that Senator Dennison's remarks were beginning to depart from contextual relevance. I was concerned that his comments were tending towards making broad and potentially disparaging assertions about public officers as a group, of course, which, if permitted, could establish an undesirable precedent for similarly unsubstantiated allegations against other groups of public officers and professionals. 5. I refer specifically to the statement, they won't tell you how much I should pay, and a portion of that you need to drop your hand. It was at that point that I intervened and, in applying a precautionary approach, directed the senator to refrain from making such remarks concerning public officers during the debate. The records will reflect that I indicated that I had no objection to his relying on personal experience to illustrate his contribution, providing those experiences remain relevant to the matter before the Senate. However, I consider it neither appropriate nor fair for the debate to be used as a forum for making generalized allegations against public officers who are not in a position to respond or defend themselves. At this juncture, Senator Dennison indicated that he had in possession names and videos relating to the conduct of public officers. This further reinforced my decision to apply a precautionary approach and again reiterated my request to direct the debate to the bill then under consideration. In the circumstances, I could not permit public officers to be identified on the floor of the Senate, generally or individually, in the absence of any opportunity for them to be heard or to respond consistent with the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. As I indicated when I delivered my ruling, concerns regarding the conduct or performance of public officers are more appropriately addressed through the public service, which has established constitutional, statutory, and administrative mechanisms governing its operations rather than through debate on a bill before the Senate. I must also state, although this did not form part of my ruling, that where concerns arise regarding the conduct or performance of public officers, the Constitution of Belize provides the Senate with specific oversight mechanisms. In this regard, Section 61A, subsection 2G, empowers the Senate to require the attendance before it of any chief executive officer in a government ministry in respect of any matter within that officer's knowledge by virtue of his or her office or relating to that office and the due execution of his or her duties. Further, Section 61(2)H empowers the Senate to require the attendance before any committee of the Senate of any minister of government. These constitutional provisions provide the appropriate parliamentary avenues through which matters concerning the conduct and administration of public officers may be examined and evidence validated where the Senate considered it necessary to do so. I now turn to the second matter of your letter, that is parliamentary privileges, constitutional foundation. 10. I share your position that freedom of speech in parliamentary debate has its moorings in constitutional doctrines, the primary one being the Constitution of Belize, Chapter 4 of the Laws of Belize, and in force on 7 November 2022. However, it is a two-pronged application. 11. You make reference to Section 62 of the Constitution to make your case on this aspect. As a note, Section 62 of the said law speaks to qualifications for appointment as a senator. 12. I presume you may have intended to reference Section 74, freedom of speech, which states, without prejudice to any provisions made by the National Assembly relating to the powers, privileges, and immunities of the Senate or House of Representatives and the committees thereof, or the privileges and immunities of the members and officers of either House and of other persons concerned in the business of either House or the committees thereof, no civil or criminal proceedings may be instituted against any member of either House for words spoken before or written in a report to either House, or for words spoken or written in a report to either House or a committee thereof, or by reason of any matter or thing brought by him by petition, bill, resolution, motion, or otherwise. 13. It is equally important to refer to Section 70, subsection 1. Subject to the provisions of the Constitution, each House may make, amend, or revoke standing orders for the regulation and orderly conduct of its own proceedings and the dispatch of business and the passing, instituting, and numbering of bills and the presentation of the same to the Governor General for assent. You rightly advance the position that legislation must be free to expose corruption, maladministration, abuse of authority, and institutional failures without fear of suppression or intimidation. A legislation that cannot speak candidly about the conduct of state officials ceases to function as an effective check or executive power, end quote. The record clearly demonstrates that Senator Dennison was afforded ample latitude to raise concerns which, in his view, and drawing on his experiences, brought to the forefront matters of public administration and accountability. However, it is equally important for you to recognize that the privilege of freedom of speech in Parliament carries with it a corresponding responsibility to exercise that privilege with restraint, fairness, and due regard for the rights and reputations of others. Parliamentary privilege is not without procedural limits, and it is for that reason that the standing order vests the power in the President of the Senate to ensure that the debate remains consistent with maintaining the dignity of the upper house and that it lends to trust and confidence in its proceedings. I must also mention that Senator Dennison had 45 minutes to debate the bill, to present the merits or demerits of the bill, and to suggest recommendations for strengthening or improving the provisions of the bill through proposing amendments, as is the occurrence when the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole to examine and consider the bill. 17. The proceeding clearly shows there was no attempt to improperly curtail debate or matters of public administration or to undermine either Senator Dennison or the institutional and constitutional protected independence of Parliament itself. I now turn to the final matter of your letter, improper use of Standing Order 84. 19. Senator Dennison inquired about the standing order I was applying for my ruling. I referenced its provision to not cause improper motives while acknowledging its limitation of applications to members of either House. This reference was used to invoke Standing Order 84-1 to apply a precautionary approach to the matter on hand. As stated in 7 proceeding, I could not permit public officers to be identified on the floor of the Senate. 21. In reaching my decision, I also guided, albeit not expressly stated in my ruling, by comparable provisions and established parliamentary practices in other legislatures where similar procedural issues have arisen. While such authorities are not binding on the Senate, they are persuasive in informing the exercise of the President's discretion where our standing orders are silent and require interpretation. An example of this is contained in the standing orders of the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago, where Standing Order 17, broadcasting an opportunity to respond, subsection 2, which states a person not being a senator who has been referred to in the Senate by name or in such a way as to be readily identifiable may make a submission to the President in writing, claiming that as a result of the reference to have been adversely affected in reputation, or claiming injury to occupation, trade, or office, B, submitting a response to the reference, and C, requesting that it be incorporated in the parliamentary record. My use 23, my use of Standing Order 84-1 was neither intended nor applied to circumvent or expand upon the specific provisions and procedures set out in Standing Order 36. Its intent was precautionary, that is, to avoid public officers being named on the floor of the Senate under the broad brush scope of parliamentary privilege, either generally or individually, in the absence of any opportunity for them to be heard or to respond consistently with the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It was in the discharge of that responsibility and in accordance with the authority vested in the chair by the standing orders that I relied on Standing Order 84-1 to intervene to regulate the proceedings. 24, I therefore stand by my ruling and draw attention to Standing Order 84-2, which provides that the decision in all cases for which these standing orders do not provide shall lie with the discretion of the President and shall not be open to challenge. 25, kindly note, there is a practice of entering the rulings of the President in the official records of the Senate, and so shall this ruling be entered, which I have just done. Clerk?
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Good morning, Madam President, colleague senators. I'd like to once again welcome Senator Montejo and Senator Dr. El McKay. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the Caribbean Community Free Movement and Contingent Rights Bill 2026, and we will, with your leave, defer the National Health Insurance Authority Bill 2026 to a further date. Madam President will be aware that this bill is subject to consideration by senators and in consultation with the requisite experts. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the Caribbean Community Free Movement and Contingent Rights Bill 2026 be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number 41/1/15, Supplies Control Prices and Amendment number 9, Regulations 2026. Number 42/1/15, Supplies Control Prices Amendment number 10, Regulations 2026. Number 43/1/15, Supplies Control Prices Amendment number 11, Regulations 2026. Number 44/1/15, Supplies Control Prices Amendment number 12, Regulations 2026. Number 45/1/15, Supplies Control Prices Amendment number 13, Regulations 2026. Number 46/1/15, Electricity Licensing and Consent Regulations 2026. And number 47/1/15, the report of the Auditor General for the year April 2016 to March 2017.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of report from Select Committee.
I recognize Senator Roselle Arana on behalf of Senator Janelle Chinona.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. I rise to present a report from the Women's Parliamentary Caucus for the period January 2026 to June 2026. I ask to refer to my notes. The Women's Parliamentary Caucus, WPC, is a joint standing committee within the National Assembly of Belize, mandated to promote gender equality, empower women in leadership, and support the development of gender-sensitive legislation and policy. Key outcomes to date of the WPC. 1. In February 2026, the Women's Parliamentary Caucus finalized its 2026-2028 strategic plan, identifying 8 areas of priority: gender-responsive policy and legislation, institutional strengthening of capacity development, advocacy and oversight, citizen engagement and participation, strategic alliances, networking and knowledge sharing, communication and visibility, well-being of Women's Parliamentary Caucus, and increasing women's participation in leadership and decision-making. 2. Gender-based violence remains at crisis levels. The WPC continued its formal dialogue with the National Women's Commission in support of increasing the relevant and related resources and the required legislative steps to respond to national needs. We note that in June 2026, the House of Representatives passed the Domestic and Intimate Partner Violence Prohibition Bill 2026. That bill is now before the Senate. 3. The Women's Parliamentary Caucus, with support from Parliamericas and in partnership with the Caribbean Institute for Women in Leadership, CWIL, the CWIL Belize chapter and the Department of Youth successfully executed its 6th iteration of the Young Women in Leadership Initiative, YWIL, in Belize. Following weeks of mentorship, capacity building, and learning on parliamentary decision-making, gender equality, and inclusive transformational leadership, the initiative culminated with a historic avenue to put this knowledge into practice. A one-day parliamentary session where young Belizean women participated as members of parliament and as key members of staff of the National Assembly. The YWIL House of Representatives and YWIL Senate members considered a motion approving the development of temporary special measures to accelerate young women's leadership in public, political, and economic spheres. Participants' contribution across the debates elevated the perspectives and stories of young women leaders' diverse lived realities, as well as data and research on the topic, making an impactful collective case for tailored responses to their unique experiences of inequality. Importantly, they also affirmed the need to celebrate and recognize the immense contribution and already existing capabilities and potential of young women leaders. 4. The repository of Women's Parliamentary Caucus has been established to preserve its documents, generated reports from national and international fora, reference, and to ensure shared knowledge. Key contributions to that data bank include, but not limited to, A, interventions by members of the WPC to both the House of Representatives and Senate on proposed legislation. B, Strategic Plan 2026-2028. C, reports of the WPC to Parliament. D, the report of the YWIL initiative inclusive of the 31 contributions to the participants during the mock parliamentary session. E. Prime Minister Honorable Briceño. Statement on women in leadership. F. Trip reports unprepared by WPC on gender-related meetings at national and international fora. 5. The WPC sent a note of congratulations to the Bahamian Parliament in response to the new historic milestone following election results in which women hold 9 out of 41 seats in Parliament, representing nearly 22% of legislators. For context, in Belize, there are currently 4 women in the Senate, 3 in the House of Representatives, and 2 women presiding officers. Women, therefore, account for just under 20% of the members of the National Assembly. Belize is well off the mark from achieving this critical mass of 30% outlined in the Beijing Platform for Action. That such is the case for most of the Caribbean region underscores the collective action urgently required. The Bahamian results suggest progress is possible. 6. This report also note the role of members of the WPC on international bodies, and we have 4 in Belize. Honorable Senator Brittany Galvez is Vice President for Central America of the Parliamericas Parliamentary Network for Gender Equality. Honorable Senator Janelle Chanona is a member of the Executive Committee of Parliamentarians for Global Action. Madam President, Honorable Carolyn Trench Sandiford is a member of the Board of Directors of Parliamericas. And Honorable Speaker Woods is chair of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA, Small Branches Network. Honorable members, let's give these honorable women a round of applause. The caucus is committed to creating a future where Belizean women and girls are safe in their homes, on the streets, at their jobs, and online. A future where non-discriminatory laws are enforced as part of the social infrastructure and policies, and a future where women leadership is amplified and encouraged. Minutes of meetings, copies of reports, et al., are attached to this report as appendices. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to establish the National Occupational Safety and Health Advisory Committee and the Occupational Safety and Health Inspectorate to provide for improved standards for occupational safety and health of workers and other persons at work, to provide for duties and obligations of employers, workers, self-employed persons, manufacturers, suppliers, installers, inspectors, and other persons at work, to repeal the Factories Act, Chapter 296 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President and colleagues, the Senate will recall that on the 28th of April 2026, this bill came before this Honorable Senate. Colleagues Senator Farber and Senator Arana made their contributions, at which stage the debate was suspended. The purpose of the suspension was to enable the Senate to examine more closely the draft bill that was under debate. So that we could have the assistance of the experts from the Ministry of Labor. Madam President, 2 sessions were held on the 6th of May 2026 and on the 15th of July 2026. The bill has been subject to very close and detailed examination, interpretation, and it is now the subject of more than 24 amendments. After that examination, the amendments were drafted by the Office of the Honorable the Attorney General, and the amendments have been placed before senators. All have been circulated to senators. We now continue this debate, Madam President, and it is to be done on the basis that the amendments which were discussed and approved in our information sessions will be moved in the Committee of the Whole. It is our hope that with these amendments, the bill is more satisfactory to members of the Senate and that it will enjoy even stronger support in the Senate. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Madam President, I see the Leader of Government Business perplexed, but it is a question I have posed in your absence, Honorable Leader of Government Business, and in fact it created quite a ruckus in the last session of the Senate when the Honorable Attorney General deputized for you as Leader of Government Business. How is it that you can suspend the debate in the middle? In fact, it was only, as you rightly pointed out in your opening remarks, myself and Senator Arana, and then bring it back for second reading and try to say that myself and Senator Arana would not have the opportunity again to speak on this bill. So I believe, Madam President, that you, by acknowledging me, firstly, I thought that would be an obstacle, but I believe it is the right thing to do given that the procedure was not properly followed, and I'd hope that my friend, the Leader of Government Business, when he gets an opportunity in wrapping up this debate, can tell us, because we've posed the question in your absence and it was not made clear to us what the procedure is, what you did just now, in fact, as it relates to the NHI bill, to say that needs further examination. It is in front of the committee, and in fact, we've seen that happen many times. We've seen, in fact, where we're in debate and you yield to the concerns that we have, you ask us to make a vote or do a vote, and then you promise that we will get the kind of attention in terms of the technical people coming in to give us advice. But in this instance, that was not the case. The debate was suspended in the middle, and so it left us a bit confused. In fact, when the learned Attorney General, who deputized for you, wanted to make some similar moves in terms of giving us an opportunity to visit some of the details of bills, he had to make clear to us, no, a vote is needed, and you, in fact, in the past have conducted matters in that same way, and so this particular bill, I think, got away from us, and I'm hoping that if there is something we're missing, that you will clarify that in your wrapping up of the debate. Let me try to do this without raining on the parade, though, Leader of Government Business, because I will give the government credit for attempting to listen to the concerns of senators as it relates to the concerns that we've had on this OSH bill. In fact, you know, and I reiterate it here, Madam President, simply for us to understand what has happened and to show to an extent how the Leader of the Government Business and the administration can flex and accommodate when they want to for these bills. And so if you can do it for one, we expect that kind courtesy for all the others as it relates to our input on these very, very important bill. And we all agree that the OSH bill is one such bill. This bill came to us, Madam President, from the House of Representatives, and there were lots of issues. And I think the government recognized that right away, that this is not one of those bills that could be rammed through, especially, Madam President, here in the Senate, because it was rammed through in the House of Representatives, or maybe not, because I am reminded that this may have been, or that may have been a meeting where the opposition, in protest to something else, neglected to attend the meeting. And as a result, the proper debate, if you will, on the issues of the bill were not put in the House. So it was passed through without much input from anybody else other than the government. But by the time it reached the Senate, Madam President, it had been long recognized that there were many issues, and in fact it is not only the senators that sounded the alarm on this bill. There were others who sounded the alarm, and to the credit of the government, they yielded and they listened, but I will show you how that went wrong at certain points, and I'm raising it simply because I would hope that the kind of mistakes that were made can simply not or will not happen again. And I outlined the first one, I think, in terms of the second reading of the bill. We agreed when the debate was suspended that we would send this matter to committee and that we would invite the experts in. And oh my goodness, how this entire House, red and blue and independent, felt that the sessions initially held with the experts were a waste of our time and effort. I noticed, yes, you're correct, Senator Denison, I don't remember the names that I would call them, in support of your position, sir, that this Honorable Senate has the right to name any, that's why we have immunity. So the amount of hogwash in that response just now was absolutely amazing to me. You can't call the name of public servant. If I would remember, I would call their names, but I'll be kind, since I've made that point already, that it was hogwash, the response that was given to your union, sir. Those public servants who came in that first session, Madam President, were inadequate. In fact, they admitted that to us when they came here. We sat here 3 hours for them to tell us all that you have recommended. We can't tell you anything, and we just want to sit down here and listen. We can't give you any kind of expert testimony because the minister is out of the country. Which hammers home, Madam President, one of the points that I made in my presentation in the first round, and I will hammer again in a minute, that there is no independence. The people who will, imagine the ministry officials who will run with the Ash bill and put the law into effect at all its stages, the inspectorate and everything, Madam President, those people sat before us and told us that, hey, we can't answer, no, we don't know. We have no authority to answer you. And wasted 3 hours of time in here. To add insult to injury, Madam President, when we suspended, you and your wisdom suspended it to see when you saw that in fact we weren't going anywhere and promised us another session, the same people wrote to say, listen, we will not be in a position to answer even then. I don't know if the minister never come back yet for vacation, how long that vacation was, what instructions and guidance they needed, but that was the reality. And to us, because I have consulted and discussed this matter with other senators, in fact I've raised it, and everybody who is concerned, I would want to say, if it's not the case, they will correct me, that even the members of the government side felt insulted by those public servants saying to us, listen, no bother call the meeting because nothing will happen because we got no answers for you guys. But, again, to the credit of the government, and I don't know if it was you, my friend, the leader of the opposition, of government business, maybe I'm being prophetic when that's the case. You won't stay around if that is the case, no? I meant in the Senate, man. A position you've held before. I know you're not going in and no electoral politics. I'm certain of that. If that ever happens...
Then the heavens fall.
But we saw that it came back. And that was exactly what needed to have happened. And I will tell you, I did not have the luxury, because it seems to have been a luxury, to have attended that session that was held on July 15th, I think it was, where further consultation on this bill was done. It was called an information session, and colleagues were allowed to further state their concerns. In fact, to be fair to the chair, when the clerk, the chair and the clerk, when the second session that was promised to us was cancelled, an indication was made that we could write in our concerns, which is not the same as having the technical people sitting here and being able to answer our questions and concerns, but they did say, you could write in. So when the luxury came of having the July 15th information session, I think colleagues of all persuasions welcomed the opportunity. But Madam President, this is where I'm sorry I have to rain on the parade. I believe they gave us a list of proposed amendments, but what I'm seeing for the first time this morning, I don't know if other members got it, is this matrix. Come on, man, we have to be serious. This is a very fine print matrix going through all the concerns. I'm not sure if it was only from the July 15th meeting or it included the previous meeting that was held, when was it, in May or whenever? But what this matrix does, Madam President, is go line by line for all the concerns, all the points made by members of this Honorable Senate. And it tells you why the matter was not accepted, if you will, for a recommendation for change by the technical people. But this does us no good this morning. Who is going to be able to do this unless you have super strength? And again, the effort that has been made, and I give the government credit, but I say, when you do this kind of nonsense, you throw away all that good currency that you've gained up, that you've earned in terms of trying to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And for those who are missing it, yes, you gave us the proposed amendments. You said that there were how many? 24 or so? But look at how many more changes were being proposed. I can't even tell you which ones are accepted or not accepted. How is it that we are expected, Madam President, to come here and to participate in this debate and to speak about what our concerns were when we don't even know which ones? What concerns that we had, either from the first session, either from, if anybody had written in, either from the July 15th meeting. So if you did not support something, the government did not support something that was discussed, then how would we have known without having this document? And please, for goodness sake, do not tell us that this was just developed. So it speaks, Madam President, to the intention of the government again to confuse, to try to push things. And I understand, you know, because the leader of government business in his opening remarks for this bill, I remember some time ago, made the point of how many years this bill has been on the table for passage through two administrations, or both parties in administration. So don't get us wrong. Like the government, and I'm sure that I can speak for all the laborers of this country, even though I'm not the labor senator, and Senator Dennison will get his say. But I can tell you, everybody is desperate to have this piece of legislation passed. And another criticism of the government is that when it was brought here in the Senate, and the Senate said, unlike what happened in the House because there was no opposition, when it came here to the Senate, and the Senate said, we have to look at this very carefully. You know what the government did, Madam President? They went out, not accusing the senators, but your larger party in government went out and said that the Senate, that the opposition, members of the Senate, the independent senators, in addition, that they stopped the Hush bill. I know the government. That's what was said, accusing the Senate. Now, all of us in here know the truth, you know, Madam President. We know the truth, and again, I give that bench over there the credit in terms of the good intentions, the goodwill, if you will, to ensure. Since I've come here, as I've said to you time and time again, Madam President, we're not used to this. Because in the House, when they want something passed and ram it down your throat, they use the majority, and that is that. But the configuration of this Senate allows for things to happen differently, and thank God for the vision of the UDP who created the makeup that is here today. Give credit where credit is due, but I don't like when you like talk and go back. Well, go back. Who did that? You remember? 2008, you know what? Go back all 13 years? Well, let's go back. You will have your you will have your chance to answer. You know, matter who make the law. You and I can have a discussion on that. But that was the makeup that the UDP put there for a reason, and that was why it was stopped. So, Madam President, I cry shame on any member of the government who told the workers of this country that it was the opposition and the independent senators who were stopping the bill, the very needed bill, the bill that has languished so many years from finally being passed. And in fact, Madam President, the same concerns that the opposition raised, in fact, from the very next time we tried to bring back the bill and they circulated, well, granted that was based only on the input from myself and Senator Arana, but most of the concerns are the concerns that did see some light in terms of the proposed amendments, but there are so many others that were missing. And again, if we had the benefit of this document much earlier, we could tell you exactly what those benefits are. But further egg on their faces, Madam President, that some of the very same members of the government agreed. I wasn't there July 15, but I bet you they had some of the concerns. In fact, I would be willing to bet that it is the concerns that they raised that saw the light of day in the final iteration of the amendments that are being proposed. I'm willing to bet. Confident voice louder than the opposition. They don't want to seem to be yielding to the opposition. Not even to you guys on the backbench, you know. That is a shame for them. In fact, I'm telling you, I suspect this is what happened with the NHI bill. The leader of government business did his wrongs and realized this can't fly, so I pull it back, which is okay. Correct. Correct.
Why didn't put it on the other paper? Who put it on the other paper?
And
Yes.
I will go with you. I will go with you. I'll meet you halfway on that one. But it is the practice. Yes, that's true.
Why, special one start today like you, boy.
So, Madam President, I know I've taken, you know what, I should have asked for indulgence for me to explain some of that, because that shouldn't have been my time, to be honest. To be honest. Huh? The time, my 45 minutes, because I don't get into my criticism of the bill yet.
You could ask for 15 minutes, man. You could ask for 15 minutes.
All I have raised to this point, what is it? 15 minutes, Madam President, is to complain about the process. No, and it could not possibly be all complaints, because if they say that it was all complaints, Madam President, they would be unfair, because for those in my party who hates us throwing bouquets when things are good, and I agree, enough to throw a bouquet or call it out, because then they do their job. They're doing their job. That's fine. You see?
Senators, just kindly be reminded of Standing Order 40, that a senator present in the Senate during a debate shall maintain silence while another senator is speaking. Senator Farber, please proceed.
It is okay, because as I've now gotten to this point, I've had an opportunity to already share some of my concerns. So I want to take the 30 minutes that remains. I lost my document here. I will begin, Madam President, in terms of this debate, right where I began the last time I was given the opportunity. And in fact, in the public, when we have our press conferences, I've made this point, that this bill fails the domestic workers of our country. We've had opportunity upon opportunity. I don't know, I don't see it anywhere in the proposed amendments. Anywhere in the proposed amendments, Madam President, how the issue of the domestic workers are fixed. In fact, they clarified the definition, but that is about it. And we have questioned what is the motive for leaving out domestic workers in this bill. Why is it that they don't have the kind of coverage that all the other workers get? Clause 3 to the actual, so that's an amendment that they're proposing. Well, wonderful. But you see, that's the problem with not giving us the matrix.
Madam President, I was going to wait.
No, you still have to wait, because you have a point of order. Do you have a point of order?
Senator Farber.
I am asking you if you have a point of order.
Senator Farber, Leader of Government Business. Leader of Government Business, do you have a point of order?
Yes.
Can you indicate what your point of order
My
is?
colleague, Senator Farber.
Madam President, can the Leader of Government Business tell us what his point of order is and which standing order he's standing on? If he can't, then I don't yield. Okay, and you're right, but then get up and tell us the standing order, because you don't know it. That's why you yield now.
Senator Farber, the Leader of Government Business has sat down. I recommend that you proceed
But he's
with
behaving
the
like
debate.
he's behaving like if he wants to give a standing order, no problem. Get up and tell us which standing order. And well, you are supposed to say the Speaker asked you.
Senator
Anyway.
Farber, can you proceed with the debate?
Another point that I made, Madam President, and that I reiterate here again, is that the Inspectorate is not an independent body, given the setup for answering that they have here. I made the point also, Madam President, that there was no money put into developing the Inspectorate. I asked the question to the technical experts that were here, how many inspectors were being trained already, and the answer to that was they will start when the bill passes. So if the law comes into effect, Madam President, and none of these people who are in the Inspectorate are yet trained, how is it that things are going to move? In fact, from the Cabinet White Paper, Madam President, what we understood to be the case was that the monies for the Inspectorate were to come from the daily budget, the regular budget of the ministry. A ministry which they will tell you already doesn't have the money, slashed to the bone. So you have to be joking. It has to be an indication, Madam President, that they're not serious about really putting into effect this piece of legislation and to have it function in the manner in which it should function, because you have no intention of really putting together that Inspectorate and have it function in the manner in which it should function. And if you disagree with my position, if you say that that's not the intention, that we will find the money with it, then it is a signal that you have no respect for our fiscal planning process. Your point that it took us so long to get to this point where passing this bill gave your government, your administration, not talk about the last one, talk about the one now, has given your administration 6 years to plan to implement the Ash bill. 6 years to plan to get the Inspectorate as it is being laid out in this bill, Madam President, ready. But then can't tell you nothing, even when the Prime Minister read the budget in March. I don't know where you are, my friend, but there is no budget for the Inspectorate. In fact, by their own Cabinet paper, which I think came in May or sometime, maybe before, maybe last year, because they have said, no, we will deal with it from the ministry's budget. And the CEO stood here and didn't contradict that whatsoever. Madam President, the bill includes definitions of psychological hazards and work-related stress, but provisions for employers to actively present these hazards remain underdeveloped, Madam President. Workplace harassment, bullying, excessive workload, burnout, these are all, Madam President, serious health risks, serious occupational risk. The evidence of this, Madam President, is overwhelming from international experiences, if you look at them, but also these issues lead to measurable harm. We can measure them: depression, anxiety, cardiac events, tragic cases including suicide, Madam President. We recognize, Madam President, that all of these kinds of stresses are inherent to work. However, the bill must make clear that excessive workload, harassment, bullying, all of these things are not acceptable features of any workplace. The bill is silent when it comes to these things. We therefore propose amendments, Madam President, further amendments, because again, we talk about it. This is not the first time that we've raised these matters, but they are ignored. So we make the point, we hammer it home again. You know why we hammer it, Madam President? Because we want the Belizean people to know that we didn't leave any stones unturned. If we have another opportunity to nail it home, then raise it. We propose amendments requiring employers, Madam President, to conduct psychological risk assessment alongside the physical hazard assessments. Implement documented anti-harassment and anti-bullying policies with clear reporting mechanisms. Provide training to managers on psychological safety and conflict resolution. We propose as well, Madam Speaker, that the advisory committee develop specific codes of practice addressing workplace violence, harassment, and burnout prevention. Madam President, Clause 14.2b addresses remote and home-based work. However, this phrase reasonably, this reasonably within the employer's influence or control remains a bit ambiguous, and I suppose that is why they have removed this portion, and I applaud that. If it is to be corrected, though, Madam President, you see their way of correction is taking things out, when in fact a more suitable way to deal with these matters would be to make amendments and correct it. The correction could have been made. There could have been, Madam President, clear statutory guidance specifying the employer responsibilities for remote workers, making sure that those are limited to hazards that arise from work itself and not the condition of the residents. These things could have been fixed. You didn't have to make the amendment in such a way to take it out. Madam President, proactive safety planning on construction sites is another concern. The bill addresses through Clause 22 to 24, requiring notice and hazard assessment. However, construction sites in Belize, Madam President, present unique challenges. Rapid changes, complex subcontracting, exposure to heat and weather extremes, and vulnerability to hurricane-force winds. We propose in this connection, Madam President, that the regulations require site-specific safety plans, developed before the work begins, designation of qualified safety officers on larger projects, heat stress mitigation measures, hurricane and disaster evacuation planning, and mandatory worker safety orientations before entry to the site. Clause 21.2b establishes that a worker, Madam President, commits a criminal offense where contravention is willful or due to gross negligence. This is a criminal offense. I see that this has been amended as well, where it now reads commits an indictable, and it has been scratched, criminal offense where the contravention is willful or due to gross negligence. Again, we support holding the workers accountable for dangerous conduct. However, we must ensure that workers who make good faith mistakes are not criminally charged, and so this is a good amendment as far as we are concerned. We raised as well, Madam President, the proportionality in Clause 20. That addresses professional accountability for architects, engineers, and other qualified professionals. We support accountability, however, we are concerned that the current language may lead to over-criminalization. My colleague's quick perusal of the matrix shows that this is one of the concerns that was raised, and they did not agree with it, Madam President. The distinction between negligence, gross negligence, recklessness, and willful misconduct must be clear and statutory, Madam President. Professionals must know precisely what conduct crosses the line into criminal liability, and we propose, Madam President, some amendments in this regard. Again, as my colleague has shared here on the matrix, this was done already. If we had the privilege, I repeat, of seeing the matrix before, we would have known. In fact, I would be able to tell you then why it was turned down. Can you share with me, Senator Pitts, what is the reasoning they gave for turning it down? None, they just didn't like it. But let us make the proposed recommendations again, Madam President. We propose that amendments be made to define gross negligence and recklessness with statutory clarity. We propose, Madam President, that we provide for professional disciplinary processes coordinated with criminal processes. And we propose to ensure that penalties are proportionate and graduated, not automatically criminal for all contraventions of the regulations. Inspector powers, Madam President, is another area that concerned us. This is Clause 10. And this Clause 10, Madam President, confers extensive powers on the Inspectorate. Entry into your premises, examination, removal of items, interviews, and more. And while we agree, Madam President, that these are very necessary powers, they must be exercised proportionately and subject to clear safeguards. And so we don't have any amendments on that section. And so this was disregarded as well. This is a point that we raised. So we raise it again and appeal that we do something about it. We propose, Madam President, amendments requiring that inspectors exercise powers with due regard to constitutional privacy and data protection rights. Can't be that they're just allowed to infringe on all the rights, all the privacy of citizens that they go to inspect, which I suspect was the concern that the government and those who initially drafted the bill as it related to the domestic workers, that was the concern. Because if a domestic worker has as his or her workplace the home, then the inspector is able to go into that home and would be privy to some of the private matters of the household. We propose, Madam President, as well, that residential inspections require judicial warrants. We propose as well, Madam President, the seizure of confidential commercial records or sensitive personal data requires warrants. We propose as well, Madam President, that medical data is subject to heightened privacy protections with secure storage requirements and restricted access. We propose, Madam President, clear procedures to exist for challenging inspector decisions and seeking return of seized items. First, Madam President, this is a very important aspect of this bill which the government has ignored. And I'll tell you why. It links back to our concerns that, in fact, this inspectorate is not as independent as those who put forward this bill would want you to believe. It is not. In fact, when the technical people came here, we saw a good sign of that. The chief inspector answers to who? The Labor Commissioner. The Labor Commissioner answers to who? The CEO of the ministry, and everybody knows that the CEO is answerable to the minister. Because, in fact, the way the public service is set up now, these CEOs, in fact, are politically appointed persons, loyal, in fact, in some instances, not even to the minister, but to the Prime Minister. So if an instruction comes down from the highest office in cabinet, the Prime Minister, to one of his CEOs who has control over the Labor Commissioner, who has control over the Chief Inspector, things can get out of hand. And without the proper safeguards, without the proper guardrails, Madam President, anything can happen. And Belize has a way. You can't talk about the public servants, but Belize has a way of having these things go wrong, especially when we don't have up the guardrails. They go wrong sometimes even with the guardrails up. But we should not be a party to not putting up the guardrails and then lamenting afterwards what could have been done. Madam President, the National Occupational Safety and Health Advisory Committee is crucial to the success of the legislation. But as it is currently constituted in the schedule, the committee lacks guaranteed worker and employer representation. Did they change that? The ILO Convention 155, Madam President, which informs the bill, emphasizes tripartite participation. And so, Madam President, we propose amendments ensuring equal representation of workers. Sure, my friend Senator Dennison will agree with that. Equal representation of employers, equal representation of the workers, equal representation of the government, but you know how this government does it. You know, Madam President, I remember when I was subjected to the opposition bench in the first iteration of the Plan Belize government, 2020 in November. I think it was maybe a couple of months later that they had the first House meeting. And they had an extensive motion, Madam President, about good governance and all. In fact, that motion basically read out the entire Plan Belize manifesto. And they had the government, the Governor General come in and read the state speech, Madam President, which was written with the wording of Plan Belize. But a motion was brought in particular because the government was intent on making sure that good governance and accountability and lessening ministerial interference and government interference and giving everybody their place at the table. That was what they insisted Plan Belize was about. And they read this painstakingly long motion and all, and then get up on grandstand. I could never forget it. But one of the key things that they said in that motion was that ministerial power would be reduced. And I point it out as often as I can in this honorable house. that has gone to the water. But not only ministerial position, an authority, Madam President, also the right to give everybody their representation. Senator Courtney was quick to jump on the matter just now, but it was the UDP who gave the representation. Look at the configuration of the Senate in here. As I see that, and I'm not preempting the bill, Madam President, that a name change for DFC is coming. It was the UDP that said, let the stakeholders run the show. Take it out of the government hands. And here we have an opportunity for the government, Madam President, an opportunity for the government when it constitutes this advisory committee to say, let us give equal representation. Let's not dominate it for government. Let us be serious about being there for the workers. Let's be serious about being there for the employers. Let's bring everybody to the table and let's have true tripartite representation. If you look at the configuration, mostly government. And it is the case in most government entities. You have had 6 years. You like to lament on how much time has lapsed. You have had 6 years to go back and to change. But in fact, you not only have not gone back to change the constitution, the configuration, if you will, of these various different bodies, committees, these bodies that represent. You don't give equal representation, you always make sure that the government has the upper hand. And you've had enough opportunity to fix those, but you're not only not fixing it, you proceed ahead. This is just the example, another example of where it is. You say one thing, you want to empower the workers, you want to empower the employers, you want to give them true leadership, you want to give them true ownership of their working environment, of their safety environment, and yet you don't give them an equal seat at the table. And we all know again who controls and who calls the tune. Madam President, before we are accused, and as I close, before we are accused of not being in support of this bill, for those who are, I think that's the best word indeed, slow. And I can think of a few, anyway. I'm not going there, Madam President, don't worry. I see you looking. For those who may have missed it, though, we are in full support of this OSH bill. And again, I close by saying, thanks for giving us the opportunity to input insofar as you have not stifled it and rained on it in some of your efforts on the end. And we can say on this side that we are happy that we've had the opportunity to make some of the recommendations. And I will even say that we're happy that the process for this kind of legislation, but all legislation, seems to be taking new direction, especially as it relates to the Senate. I hope that we can somehow spill over and affect what happens in the House. Although I see that when they propose a bill now, they too get a white paper, which was, in all of my years, that didn't happen. The cabinet members knew what the white paper contained because it was a cabinet confidential paper, but whenever it came to the House, the opposition, the entire opposition was at a disadvantage. And even those backbenchers who were not a part of cabinet were at a disadvantage because they did not have the opportunity in cabinet to review the paper and to give their nod or their support for the paper. So that is an improvement. But we must see things all the way through. And again, there is no reason in my view. I'd hope that normally, my friend, you like that name, no? Being prophetic, man, you'll be right on this side shortly. The leader of the government business will get up and say, well, none of it his fault. And I believe that not your fault in this instance either. this document should have been sent. I don't know the who, and I believe that not you personally. And of course, the National Assembly staff can't say. Mom is the word, because I don't want them to get into trouble, but whoever was responsible to get this document to us, because this not just generate this morning. So whoever it is, can't name them because I don't know, but whoever it is that failed to get this document to us on time, let down the entire initiative to try to be different and to see it through in a manner in which would have been, we could have made it full bouquets. And I'm hoping that it is a situation that never repeats, but this has happened before, and we have asked, and they say, well, oversight, they never know. I could tell you what the leader of government business was saying when he get up. And he promised it not happen again, but guess what? It has happened again. And we're hoping, Madam President, that when he gets up and says it this time, that it is truly meant. I don't know if that the AG ministry, whoever received these, I don't know who was present at the information session that received the concerns and worked on them, but this has got to be done differently the next time around. Madam President, I thank you.
Government business.
Madam President, I crave your indulgence. When this bill was first before the Senate,
Madam President, there is a rule as to how you can speak. The leader of government business will have enough time. In fact, he gets to speak the most. He will get to wrap up the debate, and he will get to, you will get to speak again.
Senator Faber, you have a point of order?
Does he have one?
I crave your indulgence, Madam President. When this bill first came before the Senate, Senator Faber made his intervention, Senator Arana made her intervention. I crossed the floor and spoke specifically to Senator Faber and Senator Pitts. I consulted with independent senators, and we agreed that we would suspend the debate. I therefore came to you, Madam President, and asked if you would permit us, as the standing orders provide, because there is no procedure for that. No procedure laid out. So I had to get the permission of Madam President, and she approved it. It is wrong, Senator Faber, to suggest that this was done by me. You agreed. Secondly, and more importantly, Madam President, it is an utter disgrace, and I repeat, a disgrace, that Senator Faber would stand up in this Senate, and when I attempted to correct what he was saying a while ago, he objected. Every single member of this Senate got the matrix that he's referring to by email on Friday. Every member of the Senate. See Mr. Grant there? I checked the email, and every single member received the matrix on Friday. Mr. Madam President.
Senators, can we kindly refer back to our standing orders on the matter of remaining silent?
All I will say at this stage is I would urge Senator Faber to check his email to see whether he received it on Friday and see what he will do thereafter.
As a point of clarity, 1 second, Senator Herrera, I just wanted it to be clear that as a matter of fairness, I believe that both Senator Patrick Faber and Senator Rosella Arana should be given an opportunity to speak on the bill, even though they had spoke. And at the debate prior to the bill being suspended, I felt that it would have been unfair for other senators to have benefited from the information sessions and could have used those information sessions as a part of their intervention today. So I just want that to be on the record that even though both had spoken, had made their intervention, I felt that it would have been unfair for them not to be given the opportunity today. I now recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I asked to refer to my notes for this presentation. I rise today to speak on the Occupational Safety and Health Bill 2026. Madam President, let me state clearly from the outset, the goal of establishing safe, healthy, and modern working conditions across Belize is one that I believe we all share. A safe worker is the backbone of a thriving economy, and an accountable workplace is a hallmark of a mature society. However, as legislators, our duty extends beyond noble intentions. We must ensure that laws we pass are balanced, practically enforceable, constitutionally sound, and fair to both the enterprise that creates jobs and the workers who powers them. As we examine this legislation, several critical areas require refined attention and targeted amendments before the bill becomes law, Madam President. But just before I get into the specifics of those, Madam President, I'll just like to state that, like what was previously mentioned, there's been 2 information sessions, one in May and I believe one in July 15th. I was unable to attend the one for July 15th, but I was certainly here for the one in May, and like the leader of the opposition side mentioned just a while ago, Madam President, is we came here prepared to make those contributions and to wrap up that whole process that day, but around sometime at midday, we realized that we weren't making any headway, and so I think you had made a call at that point to suspend the session. But before that suspension, Madam President, many of us, I believe all of us who are here, made recommendations on this bill. When I looked at the matrix this morning, I don't see any type of reference to that session. The only references I'm seeing here is for the July 15th session, and in fact it states clearly there, information session held 15th of July 2026. So you're right. I mean, it was really a waste of our time if what we suggested at that session were not incorporated into the amendments. And I remember there were some very, very good recommendations at that session. There wasn't any feedback from those who were here, but we certainly went into it in details, not completely because the session was suspended, but there were many, many great recommendations that were made. I remember Senator Pitt, Senator Chanona, Senator Glenn Dennison, and the government side, many senators, Senator Farber, I remember, made many recommendations at that time. But again, I'm not seeing any of that reflected in the current matrix that is before us. Madam President, when we look at strengthening institutional oversight of the inspectorate, a crucial departure in this 2026 bill from previous legislative drafts concerns institutional governance. And I'm referring specifically to sections 4, 5, and 7 of the bill. Under sections 4, 5, and 7, operational, administrative, and enforcement powers are concentrated entirely within the Inspectorate, while the National Occupational Safety and Health Advisory Committee is relegated to a strictly consultative one. In earlier versions of this legislation, a national authority exercised independent governance and oversight over the Inspectorate. While we support an independent Inspectorate capable of swift enforcement, broad authority must always be balanced by institutional accountability. Leaving the Inspectorate to operate without independent oversights creates unnecessary risk. Without abandoning the current structure, we must strengthen the statutory mandate of the Advisory Committee. We recommend embedding requirements for periodic reporting by the Chief Inspector to the Committee, systematic reviews of enforcement activities and complaints, and formal advisory oversight regarding enforcement policies and legislative implementations. And then there is the fair cost of allocations for inspections, Madam President, and these I'm referring to Section 10(1)(f). Section 10(1)(f) authorizes inspectors to conduct examinations, tests, or inquiries and mandates that employer bear the cost of such testing. Crucially, the current draft forces employers to pay regardless of whether the violation is actually found. Madam President, penalizing a law-abiding business for routine or unproven compliance testing is inherently unfair. For micro, small, and medium enterprises operating on narrow margins, an unexpected testing bill for a workplace that was fully compliant can cause significant financial distress. Monetary cost recovery should be limited to instances where a contravention of the Act is actually established, the employer's specific conduct necessitated the testing, or the employer has unreasonably failed to comply with statutory obligations. And then there's the procedural safeguards and timelines for appeals, Madam President, and these are sections 10 and 40. While Section 10 grants inspectors extensive powers ranging from entering premises to seizing equipment, we welcome the procedural safeguards introduced in Section 40, such as appeal mechanisms to the Chief Inspector, the Labor Complaints Tribunal, and the courts. However, a right to appeal without a timeline for resolution is a remedy in name only. As the bill stands, there are no statutory timeframes governing when the Chief Inspector or the Labor Complaints Tribunal must issue a decision. In the business world, Madam President, uncertainty is an operational sentence. If an employer's equipment or premises are halted during an appeal, open-ended delays can paralyze a business before a verdict is ever reached. We strongly urge the insertion of explicit statutory deadlines requiring the Chief Inspector and the Labor Complaints Tribunal to determine appeals within a defined number of working days. And then there are the post-employment confidentiality obligations, Madam President, and this would refer to Section 12 of the bill. Section 12 rightly prohibits inspectors and staff from disclosing trade secrets, commercial operations, or personal information obtained during their duties. However, this obligation, as currently drafted, does not explicitly extend beyond their term of employment. Inspectors gain intimate access to proprietary commercial data and sensitive business operations. That duty of trust must not expire when an employee leaves office. We recommend an explicit provision stating that confidentiality obligations survive resignation, retirement, or termination of employment. And then there's the proportionality in annual risk assessments, Madam President, and this refers to Section 25 of the bill. Section 25 imposes a blanket requirement on every employer to conduct a suitable and sufficient annual assessment of workplace risk. While risk management is essential, Madam President, applying a rigid, identical standard to a corner grocery store and an industrial processing plant creates an unreasonable administrative burden for small operators. Safety standards must be maintained, but the law must recognize commercial realities. We recommend Section 25 be explicitly incorporate the principle of proportionality, allowing risk assessment to reflect the size and scale of the business, the specific nature of the workplace, and the actual level of occupational risk involved. Section 25, that was Section 25. And then under Section 64 and 65, Madam President, clear statutory timelines for reinspection and reopening. Section 64 gives Chief Inspector authority to issue immediate closure notices where imminent danger exists. While emergency intervention is necessary to prevent injury, Section 65 lacks clear post-closure timelines once the employer remedies the issue. If a business takes immediate corrective action to make its workplace safe, it should not remain closed indefinitely, waiting for an inspector to return. Every day of delay means lost revenues for the employer and lost wages for the workers. We call for statutory timelines that compel the inspectorate to reinspect a workplace within a prescribed time frame following notification that remedial work is complete, and render a formal determination on lifting the closure notice without delay. And of course, as we can appreciate here, Madam President, is that we don't want to have businesses close indefinitely or unreasonably long, because it hurts both the business, the company, and the worker. And I'm sure it's not the intention of the bill to create that type of onerous situation. Enforcement protections and privacy rights for domestic workers under Section 3, Madam President, extends the protection of this act to domestic workers, subject to future regulations regarding constitutional privacy rights within private residences. And I think that Senator Faber has raised this, the issue on domestic workers a number of times in these sessions, as I can remember. We recommend the inclusion of domestic workers, however, leaving enforcement framework entirely to future unspecified regulations creates legal uncertainty for households and domestic workers alike. The draft is silent on entry warrants, resident consent, the rights of household members who are not the employer, and how broad Section 10 powers apply inside a private home. Without clear guidelines, we risk creating a rights conflict that leads directly to constitutional challenges. We recommend that the regulations governing domestic workers' safety be drafted concurrently with this legislation, explicitly addressing notice and consent procedures for entering private residences, alternative compliance mechanisms such as off-site interviews or documentation reviews, and clear boundary definitions balancing workplace safety with the constitutional right to privacy in one's home. Madam President, in conclusion, the legislation achieves its highest purpose not merely through good intent, but through precise execution. The Occupational Safety and Health Bill 2026 represents a vital step forward for Belizean workers, but it must not be enacted with blind spots that compromise procedural fairness, business viability, or constitutional rights. By incorporating statutory timelines, proportional obligations, post-employment confidentiality, fair cost allocations, and meaningful institutional oversight, we can transform this legislation into a robust, balanced framework. We agree that this process has taken over a decade, and perhaps rightly so, Madam President, because it's a legislation that has far-reaching implications for workers and for businesses. And so I believe it was only right for us to go through this process, and even where we are right now. And if you look at my presentation and the presentations of others within this chamber, we will realize that the work is not done really on this bill, that there are still other areas that need to be fixed, even given all the work that we put into it already. And so I asked the leader of government business to carefully consider the points I raised this morning, and perhaps if we can address them before the bill is passed. Overall, we support the concept of the bill, like I mentioned at the beginning, Madam President, but there are certain areas within the bill I believe that we can improve and we should improve. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Gabriel Zetina.
Madam President, I don't know how to feel about this bill, to be quite frank with you. In a way, I'm definitely compelled, and I want to, in a way, fully support the bill. But at the same time, I feel that even though the leader of government business had stated that he acted in good faith so that this bill would be pulled back and then go into committee so that we can continue the discussion to help improve the bill. We sat here. I know I, for one, I gave some recommendation, I had some questions, and I don't see this in this matrix that was given to us today. So, I concur with my colleague, the lead senator for the opposition, Honorable Patrick Farber, when he says that he feels that we sit here and it's basically a waste of time. Unfortunately, we have to say it. It cannot be that we have people in certain places, in certain ministries, that refuse to come to work. Then, email is sent out to us, asking us to write for them. Amazing. And then, I continue to dive into this bill. And then when you have language, such as in section 8(2)R, I'll quote it right now. Correction. It's section 63.
Which one? You the deal with the bill? Clause.
I mean, clause 63.
Sir.
An inspector may serve a penalty notice to a person if it appears to the inspector that the person has committed an offense under this act, and includes in the notice a penalty fee to be paid within a specific time frame. I have a point, you know. I'll get to my point. Time after time, I'm noticing something with this government. You know, I started asking, is it really for the workers? Or there's an ulterior motive? When you have language like this, you're turning this into another. No. Relax. No, please. I have pretty word.
He said, no, you.
It makes you wonder if the government have ulterior motive, turning this into another revenue stream for the government. Section, it was clause 81. That's why I got a little bit confused on the first one. Clause 81, 2R. The prescribing of the fees to be paid by the employers and the workers to augment the expenses of administering the provisions of this act. How clear can it get? (81) 2R. This is telling you who's paying for it to enact this act. And then you wonder. Then they'll blame us, saying that we're bringing political rhetoric here. But it's a shame, man. Sometimes, you know, we want to wholeheartedly agree in bills like this, thinking about the Belizean people, about the workers. That's the UDP mentality, you know. But then when we look at clauses like this, that your government is bringing, because I was going to ask, where is the funding coming from? No, but the clause is telling you. Madam President, I really hope that if we're going to take this matrix into committee, the additional recommendations that were given by the other senators would be taken into account. Look at this. I don't know if you guys have gone through this. So, Schedule Section 4.2, the organization and the constitution of the National Occupation Safety and Health Advisory Committee. Clause, is that clause? Clause 1, 1A, one representative, it used to say, of nominated by a registered trade union appointed union after consultation with the union in accordance with the trade union and the employer's organization. Okay, grammatical error. But just scrap the essence. Listen to how it reads now. It's schedule. It reads Schedule Section 4.2, Clause 1, page 71. Now it reads, one representative nominated by a registered trade, union, yes, that's why the grammatical errors, I noticed it was fixed. But then, I don't know if you guys are understanding where I'm going with this. If we have the time, nothing funny about this, you know. When it is your government that continues to hustle the Belizean people, the highest gas price, the highest cost of living, and on top, this bill is telling them that they and the business community will pay to enact this bill, and you laugh? Something wrong with you.
Well, we know that.
I'll talk to you instead. We have time to correct grammatical errors. But we don't have time to correct these type of things that make you think, is the bill really for the Belizean people, or is there ulterior motive? Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the principles behind the Occupational Safety and Health Bill 2026. Before I begin my intervention, Madam President, I crave your indulgence just to promote Tech Time for Read Book Fair, Book Festival that's happening at the Belmopan Civic Center on Saturday, August 8th, and from 9 p.m. to 3 p.m., 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., where free books will be given for ages 0 to 18. It's an initiative by the Belmopan Spiritual Empowerment Youth Group, Madam President. I have here two of RIA's favorite bedtime books titled Alexander Who Used to Be Rich Last Sunday. It's a very powerful lesson on spending and not saving when you get a little 100 from grandpa. I mean the dollar Alexander get. And The House on the Roof. These are two books that Rhea picked out herself and that we read during the evenings. And yes, Senator Castillo, I've read these ones like 5 times. Saturday, August 8th, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Belmont Civic Center. Free books, like you just go. You can go and bring books that you have and trade books too. So please support the initiative. I find that a population who reads can be fooled by politicians very often. So I find it a duty to encourage Belizeans to read. Thank you. Sorry? Have to. So, sorry? Do you want the name of the books again? We got it? Bon point? Yeah. So, Madam President, I wish to state for the record that the Occupational Safety and Health Bill 2026 has enjoyed what I find to be the most comprehensive review of a parliament since I started to legislate. And I commend the efforts that were made to have, whether we call them information sessions, whether we had them as committee meetings where we brought the experts, but I, for the record, wish to give Jackie jacket that that we as a Senate have really elevated the process of legislating in Belize, and that is not lost on me, and it is not lost on the Trade Union Congress, because it is in fact my experience, like Senator Farber, that for too long we have simply just been passing bills and passing bills for the sake of passing bills, especially when we are under pressure internationally and under outside influences to pass a piece of legislation, that we rush through things through Parliament and how the saying go? You rush the brush, you get dabbed. We did call to rush the ush, and the first iteration really was a dabbing. And so I commend the efforts to make improvements, and I join with my colleagues that there is, in fact, still room for improvement in the ush. Naturally, as the union senator, I will share some insights with you. The same politicians who said that we'd hold it up, gone into the Senate Congress, gone into the Union Congress, gone telling the senator to hold up the bill. Right. But I could defend anything I don't support. So when the Congress came after me for answers, I was able to point out particular issues with the previous situation which any sensible-minded person could not have supported the previous version of the OSH. And I wish, for the record, to point out to my friend Paul Lopez from Channel 5, Greater Belize Media, that we had a good conversation with him about the OSH on the OIE show, we just had a disagreement about the meaning of the word languishing in the Senate. But the work that we have done in the Senate for the OSH, I wish to see on every piece of legislation that we bring before this honorable House, so that we ensure that we get the best opportunities to improve legislation. I say all that, Madam President, while making the point, as I always do, that we can't make perfect the enemy of progress. With a fix. So, I wish on that point to highlight specific instances where we have made some inroads, because I think it's important for the Belizean people to understand why the OSH stayed in Senate from April until now, and the strides that we have made to improve the piece of legislation that came before us in April that really wasn't ready to be passed. And I just make some quick references to the same matrix. For example, what was the complete omission of domestic workers has been rectified in section 3 of on clause 3 of the bill. I don't particularly like this formulation, but I trust that it is a better formulation than what we had before. And clause 3(2), because I must make specific reference to the bill when I'm debating, says that the act shall apply to domestic workers, but subject to such limitations, safeguards, and procedures as may be prescribed, having regard to the constitutional privacy rights within private residence. I think, Madam President, when we are in the realm of competing rights, it's very important to appreciate that we didn't simply rule out domestic workers as having the benefit of the OSH. But I hope that the domestic employers, those who are privileged enough to have domestic workers in their employ, I understand some people in the front bench may have entire staff working in their households. Right, Senator Montejo? But it's important that we don't rule out those categories of people from the protection of the OSH while still ensuring that the sweeping powers that we give to an inspectorate or to an inspector doesn't infringe on the privacy rights of homeowners. And so I think this was a very good formulation that we have come up with that is, at least, I would say, palatable. Section 26, clause 26 is also a very useful example of how we made a change. The formulation that we had before initially had suggested the requirement to establish a safety and health committee as a simple numerical employee-based calculation. You had 20 employees and you were then required to have a safety and health committee. And I joined by saying that when I asked particularly the Labor Commissioner for the policy rationale for using 20, that she was incapable of responding to the policy rationale. And what, because I am always accused of being bad for lack of a better word. But because I questioned the policy rationale, the distinction was made.
Senator, I will ask you to take that quote-unquote bad back.
I had to talk about myself, Madam President.
I know.
So I
was simply saying that ought not to be a description of you.
Oh, Madam President, we can deliberate at length at the search within my soul for the evil that is within me. We can debate that at length, but that is not in any of the clauses, so I am precluded from referring to it. But the point I was making is that the policy rationale, having not been ventilated before the committee, the response by the Labor Department was to move the number from 20 to 50. So when we came back on July 15th, I made the point that because we didn't have the rationale, we just moved the number, and we didn't know whether the number was needed to be lower or more specific in specific industries, to a higher threshold in industries that are lower risk, or a lower threshold in industries that are higher risks. We didn't have any idea of the policy rationale. So the compromise that we made was to realize that what we actually needed was an assessment by the competent authority who would make by regulations, the requirement to have a safety committee after having made some sort of assessment of the risks. So that is why Clause 26 now reads that an employer shall establish a safety and health committee for a workplace for the purpose of promoting cooperation between the employer and the workers and achieving and maintaining safe and healthy working conditions, where the chief inspector directs in writing that a safety and health committee be established, because the nature of the plant, processes, or substances used at the workplace poses great danger and exposes workers to high risk to safety and health. I think that is simply brain power being applied to the piece of legislation to make it workable without putting an undue burden on employers who would not normally need to create such a committee, especially because we already have the other provisions that would allow for them to do it voluntarily. So that, Madam President, along with the discussion we had in relation to the clause dealing with prosecution, shows just 3 examples, Madam President. That's Clause 71. Are there just 3 examples for the public to see how we have made some changes that would allow for workability of the legislation while not trying to stifle the employers in any way as best as possible, and reducing the sort of bureaucracy that we can't keep adding and adding to the cost of doing business in Belize. And so I wish I could have gone through the entire matrix, Madam President, but as we all know, I do have a full-time job, and so it would have been unreasonable to expect that I would be able to go through all the provisions, but I think those make the point very clear that, in fact, we have improved on the OSH that came before us on April 28th. Now, I confess, Madam President, that I have not had time to go through the entire matrix to see whether and how the changes that were suggested, and I add, these seem to only be the changes suggested on July 15th, from my cursory review. But, Madam President, I really recommend to the people of Belize to keep calling for the Senate, the legislature, and the House of Representatives to review legislation properly, to take the work of lawmaking with the sort of seriousness that is required. Because while, correct me if I'm wrong, but while our stipend is $13.65 a month, I'm pretty sure the ones in the lower house get more to do less. I wouldn't say that. But, Madam President, it has been my experience that the level of discourse and analysis that has been going into the reviews, especially in committees, that the public cannot see, has really put us in a better place as a country. And I hope that we can continue to do that sort of review given the time that we have, and that I use this opportunity, Madam President, to call for a legislative calendar, because the type of work that needs to be done would permit us to plan better in relation to leading through and producing the type of legislation that would see our country elevate. So, Madam President, it would be remiss of me to not commend the OSH for acknowledging mental health as a hazard. Because the truth is, Madam President, when I get to the details, the truth is, Madam President, we have moved away from the days when you had a dispute with an employee, you could have go outside and throw fists. We stopped that. We don't allow that anymore. So that would have been good. Like, just go outside, go fight, and then you come back in, and then that's done. But we can't do that anymore. So we have to ensure that where, especially employees are in an environment that is not conducive to decent work because their mental health is suffering, that we highlight the need to have clear guidelines on how those things are to be dealt with. Because it is my experience, Madam President, that mental health is still taboo in this country, and the OSH didn't delve into the provisions that would have facilitated or could have facilitated the lessening of that taboo. For example, Madam President, the Ministry of the Public Service has an incredible program called the Employee Assistance Program, which focuses on developing the human resources of the government, and it has come a long way in addressing mental and championing mental health related issues. I don't know, but you can say when you stand up, because I don't know. But the Employee Assistance Program, Madam President, is available to all public officers, and I beg all heads of department for stop on the foolishness when people go say they have a mental health issue and they need to access the mental health services under the Employee Assistance Program. because those people are seen in the public service as somehow less than by people in authority, and there are moves afoot to look at them as less than and weed them out. But the help was offered out of a recognition of the, I genuinely don't know. So, the World Health Organization, Madam President, is very clear that there are at least 15% of working age adults who are affected by some form of mental health disorder, and that's a statistic from 2019. And that globally, you would be interested in this, Senator Herrera, globally, the estimate is that 12 billion working days are lost every year to depression and anxiety. Because you see, Madam President, mental health is not like diarrhea. You could hide it. You can be at work and be a ticking time bomb and nobody know where to go on, but you just sit down at the computer and not do nothing all day. Because you can't be there mentally, and the work that we do as public servants is mostly a mental work. So if your mind is not in the right frame, then you are not being productive, and this is actually costing the people of Belize money. Right. And you then create hostile environments to the other people around. Trust me. I have to deal with some of it at my office. Madam President, decent work is also good for mental health. You need to take the break now, Madam President. Okay. Well, I'll watch the time. Poor working environment, including discrimination and inequality, and excessive workloads. Low job control and job insecurity all pose a risk to mental health. But all of that is absent in the OSH. And I could hear people in the business community thinking this Bali are crazy. But if you don't quantify the amount of losses that you're getting from people who are at work and are being affected by this, and then are, because it's not simply the person who is being affected, you see? It's the negative effect of the people around them. It's the 15 minutes that 5 workers take for talk about the worker who they cause stress. That's an hour gone right there from your workers. I can't talk about no boss. I will say that the office of the DPP enjoys a very open line to the employee assistance program. We have some kinks to work out, but at the office of the DPP, we can access the employee assistance program. We have had workshops where we have invited, and you can't call name for bad, right? But we invited Dr. Martinez from Psyche for Kondo training on mental health and workplace conflict. Whole day, it was brilliant. Of course, the people who need it the most, never access it more, right? But we can't help that. And other ministries have done that same thing, where they have invited mental health professionals in. But again, Madam President, that is absent in the OSH, and we wouldn't want to create a burden on the employer, right, Senator Herrera, but where the benefits would outweigh the burden, I think it's something that we really should look at. I come back to the question of the appointment of the inspector, the chief inspector. We come here and we bring legislation to the Parliament, Madam President, and we are not very clear on exactly what some of the things mean. And so it's only when we get to sit down and dive in that we get to uncover that the initial formulation was that the chief inspector would have been appointed by the Governor General, acting with the advice of the Prime Minister in a 107(2) appointment, which makes it subject to interference, in my submission. But what was envisioned by the technocrats when they came was that it was a public service post to be done by the Public Service Commission appointment. And so when we made that discovery, we quickly made the amendment to 106, which is then the appropriate formulation in what was envisioned for the chief inspector. And so while people like me would assume that you want to have something like that, you say you want to have it independent, but you're appointing it by the Governor General under 107, what you really wanted was the 106. So I'm happy to see that we made the change. And in section 8, where we added the provision that the chief inspector could receive and respond to complaints, including anonymous complaints, because the formulation that we had, Madam President, was, I could yield right now, Madam President.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honourable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Dennison, you may proceed.
Obliged, Madam President. The thinking behind including anonymous complaints, Madam President, is to avoid the could be or would be penalizing of employees by employers who would make a report that would be warranted, but because of the workplace environment, they would not be minded, perhaps due to fear, to make the complaint. Now, as with all things, Senator Herrera, I don't support the making of frivolous complaints. I think that is something that should be dealt with in the strictest sense, because I have no support to offer for anyone who would misuse these provisions in order to gain time off, or simply an employee who maliciously wishes to drag down an employer in retaliation. Those people don't belong at work. We send them home. following due process so the Nogara Senator Pitts for sue. Or worse, Court Nikoi. Madam President, the piece of legislation, especially as it relates to Clause 9, where we strengthen the provisions in relation to conflict of interest and the declaration of conflicts of interest. Is a direct result of the sort of discussions and deliberation that we have had, and I applaud those efforts. Where we made the amendment to include home visits, I think you need it everywhere, but especially where you have inspectors capable of going to someone's private residence in the security risk that would be somebody showing up to your house when your domestic worker is there, you are not home. Clause 13 added the provision of producing identity cards to employees. I want to ensure that the inspectorate also understands and appreciates that this is not Rambotown. Like, you are not going to people's workplace for kick down any doors or burn down any fire. If it's an urgent situation, people not be inside. So being able to proper identify the inspectors who would come, hopefully with a level of decorum and professionalism, especially because, Madam President, when they go into these environments, they are going to the home turf of people who move around regularly. And I take this time to highlight the qualifications of inspectors as we had suggested. I don't think that one was addressed. But the urging, Madam President, was that, especially in the industries that are far advanced in occupational health and safety, there are professionals in those companies who have extensive training in occupational safety. And so if we do not, as a government, ensure that the people who would be going into to do checks into these environments, if we don't ensure that those people are qualified, then we'll be setting them up to fail, because they would not simply be able to have an appreciation of the risks that would be there, but more importantly, all the adoptions, all the protocols that these employers would have already put in place to mitigate the risk, so that while the employee may feel that they are working in a risky environment subjectively, that objectively the safeguards are in fact in place, if in fact they simply follow the appropriate protocol. But if what we had was a reflection of the caliber of people that would be going in to do the examination, then I'm a little bit worried, because when an employer is making a submission that, listen, when you take my job, this was the risk. This is the standard of certification that we have to mitigate the risk. So don't come and shut down my industry for an hour because you are costing me Y amount of dollars on productivity in Belize, if the people to whom we are making those appeals can't understand what is being said, then we would be in a very precarious position as a country, because I don't think we can afford not 1 hour of lost productivity from, let's say, ASR during peak sugar production. I had the Demerara sugar this weekend. It's nicely packaged. It's very nice. I was impressed. I never realized I'm a Belize product. Yeah, we remember we gave them a concession, right? Yes. But the sugar packaging looks nice, and it says product of Belize on the back. When I read the back, I realize I associate Demerara with that river in Guyana. So, and congratulations, leader for government business, on your acknowledgement of your broad area of expertise by the Guyanese government to have been appointed to lead. Like, I don't think that's, like, I can't even say it properly, Madam President, but I have to take what little time I have left to acknowledge the leader of government business for having been selected. It was a great tragedy that fell upon the people of Guyana when sorry? Yes, but he's leading how they pay the people, so like, yeah, the money. Godfrey Smith, and we take time also, Madam President, to honor our fellow Belizean senior counsel, Godfrey Smith, for his appointment to lead the inquiry into what occurred. But I think it's, yeah. That means we reappoint the Guyanese Chief Justice there, right? So, but congratulations are in order, leader for government business. I was really happy and sort of to see 2 of our colleagues be recognized. A round of applause is in order. And they are in fact both colleagues who work through the government and have extensive experience as previous attorney generals, and I really am happy about that. Madam President, I won't belabor the point much more. I will close by saying this. We need occupational safety and health legislation in Belize. We need it urgently. We need to ensure that the process through which we legislate, that we use for the OSH, is replicated and improved upon for all pieces of legislation that we will bring going forward. And Madam President, most importantly, I wish to commend the past and present leaders of the Trade Union Congress and all the labor movements in the past who have continuously pushed for occupational safety legislation in this country. Particular mention to past President Louis Luke Martinez, who coined the phrase "rush the OSH," because it is, in my estimation, a very controversial piece of legislation, because it comes in the balance between government, business, and workers. And so I could understand why successive governments would have been reluctant to enact the OSH in the past, but the union has been steadfast in its in its desire, an expression of its desire to have occupational safety legislation in Belize. I will say we have a long way to go in OSH. There are particular amendments that have been suggested by this Honorable House that need to make it into the occupational safety and health legislation regime, as well as, while I have very little confidence that the regulations will be coming very soon, or if at all, we need regulations to accompany the piece of legislation so that it can work. But, Madam President, we are, as creatures of instructions, the National Trade Union Congress of Belize supports the passing of the Occupational Safety and Health Bill 2026. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I get into my debate, may I be permitted to join with Senator Dennison in recognizing the leader of government business as well as Mr. Godfrey Smith in their work relating to the tragedy that befell our brothers and sisters in Guyana. I would also like to take this opportunity to, as we say in this part of the world, shout out some of my recent international leaders that I met in my last exchange outside the country, specifically Mr. Marwan Abdallah and Mr. Dante Talavera from Lebanon and Mexico, respectively. Madam President, in keeping with those exchanges, having been sent on duty leave to the UK in March of this year, there was a session that I attended entitled Privileges, Standards and Behavior in Parliament, and the chair of the Parliamentary Commission for Standards in the House, Mr. Daniel Greenberg, was the speaker at that session, and ripe for discussion was the extent of parliamentary immunity and privileges. And even where I was one of those persons who said, because of the conduct of those in the lower house, there must be some guidelines on them on what they can say and what they can do, I was put the better that there is no binding legal precedent that says parliamentary privilege or immunity is restricted in any way. And so Mr. Greenberg, in that session, for all of us who attended, made it pellucid, yes, that parliamentary immunity is unfettered and no standing order 84(1) or 2 can be used to abrogate it. I move on, Madam President. Having returned to the country, we are obliged to do a report. And I take this opportunity for the National Assembly to expand the field, expand the characters that we're able to write, so that this National Assembly can receive the benefit of being sent on duty leave, so that our officers are so informed of the motherland, so they call it, none other than the UK. Let me tell you, we are limited, some of us, by what we don't know. But where we can know, it is our responsibility and our obligation to learn, apply, and do better. In terms of the Occupational and Safety Health Bill, Madam President, I state for the record that I support it, and I take this opportunity to call on the media to go back to its coverage and to the minister when he made those rather unfortunate remarks to say that it is the Senate holding up this bill and suggesting the Senate is holding up the bill in an unreasonable way, as if though the bill didn't need work. The same Minister Musa, who did not even know and did not understand that the bill in its iteration at that time did not provide protections for domestic workers, which accounted for many women in this country. That is a shame. And so whether you want to call it they have to eat the vomit, I take this opportunity to say to my fellow senators, those of you who show up prepared and work and contribute, not just the seat warmers, that with your industry, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the senators specifically, because it is our work in this chamber that has improved this iteration of the bill. It is the collaboration of the opposition senators, the social partner senators, and you know, Madam President, there's a healthy intersection of hubris and integrity. And I like it, because that healthy intersection informs the leader of government business, where he, on his watch, will not allow any bill that has glaring deficiencies to proceed. And so, leader of government business, I thank you, because on this last session you were there. And I might say that your observations and contributions, looking at the matrix, they were factored in and reflected in the new iteration. I dare say all. And I only say that to say that I noticed not all of mine were taken. You know, I do say, however, my displeasure with the fact that the work we did from the first session, from the observations we made and the recommendations we made, is not here in this matrix. And that is a shortcoming, though not the enemy of the progress. And so I indicate here now, leader of government business, if you don't do it, please know that when our roles are reversed, it will get done, because the bill can be made better. From comparing the matrix with the new iteration of the bill, I would have wanted that in the field where it says status, that could have been deleted, because it shows over and over how many times those persons who sat with us could not provide any material response.
Why you want to delete it?
Because, you know, save the. But it is an indication that the minister at that time when he was interviewed, and everybody who jumped on the bandwagon at that time that we were stalling the bill, they can see in black and white where the very movers of this bill, they enjoyed the vacant space that sits between the two ears. Say it, the fellow in front of me? Now do that. But, Madam President, I do make an observation, because I don't need to go through all of the amendments that now see this iteration. They're well received. There are some, not some, that's an overstatement. I did pick up errors that can be fixed. I join with Senator Dennison in recognizing that there is no proper treatment of mental health. And Senator Wade, you will recall, and if you look at the matrix, you were one of the persons who raised that issue about mental health and bullying. The bullying was factored in, but not the mental health, no psychological support. What I saw in the definition of hazard is psychosocial the term psychosocial, which is distinctly different in my respectful view. What I find, even though Clause 3 now makes provision for domestic workers, when you look at some of the other clauses, because the initial iteration did not make provision for domestic workers, the other clauses where they refer to the responsibilities and obligations of employers, they leave out the special carve-out that should have been made for workers in a domestic setting. And so, for example, in terms of Clause 14, where it identifies the duties of employers to workers, that clause has in mind the formal work setting. It does not envisage the employer's duty in relation to domestic workers. And so they ought to have been a reference to an employer of a domestic worker who shall, so far as reasonably practicable, ensure that the conditions under which domestic work is performed are safe and without risk to health, including risk from hazardous substances, unsafe equipment, violence, harassment, excessive heat, unsafe lodging, and psychosocial hazards. And a provision like that, looking at the existing definitions, looking at including domestic work, would sit comfortably in 14. Attention similarly should have been had in Clause 25, where the duty to make annual risk assessment is envisaged to be done only in formal employment setting. Or, if this is meant to be applied to those in domestic work, you cannot necessarily expect an employer of a domestic worker to do any of this. I hasten to add, however, that there is a carve-out further in the clauses, but it still leaves out, for example, Clause 26 and Clause 31. And those clauses are insensitive to domestic workers. The inclusion of the recommendation about conflict of interest is serious, but it was short-lived. Because if you look at it is the schedule at, what is this, 6, where is the conflict of interest of members of the advisory committee. What was said is that there is no provision for conflict of interest, in addition to the fact that there is no penalty for the breach of that conflict of interest. And they go hand in hand. And so there is now an iteration that provides for conflict of interest, but at 5, 6 sub 5, listen to where it fails. A member who fails to comply with this section may be removed from office by the minister. This is something that ought not be left to the discretion of any minister. If you have taken our recommendation that a conflict of interest clause was necessary and that in tandem comes with the enforcement, then that should not be discretionary. And I suggest that that term may is changed to shall. Looking at the composition of the advisory committee, I seriously ask, what is the purpose for having 1 sub C when there is already 1 sub E? And I noted that the committee has been downsized. And it would be helpful to learn why some of these key positions have been omitted. I associate myself with Senator Zettina in that what was forefront during the discussions was whether or not there is money allocated to make the USH real. Initially, it was said that monies were already earmarked in the budget. And then, over time, I observed that there was a vacillating of identifying the source, one, and two, whether monies were available. Then next we ask, this body that ought to be independent, finding out that it sits in the compounds the actual department, the labor department, what money then is necessary for getting this started? And please correct me. I'm certain what I learned is that they identified the person who would be heading this, in addition to some stationery. Not much more, but that is the money that would have been needed to start this. And then I go, well, that is the answer you have given me. So the source of the funds for this will come from the ministry for which the body sits under, and that for now, it is not anticipated that any great amount is needed. So when I saw, like Senator Zettina, in Part 12, at 81(2)R, that says, without limiting the generality of subsection 1, regulations may be provided for a number of things, one of which the prescribing of fees to be paid by employers and workers to augment the expenses of administering the provisions of this Act. That's a neat provision, but it needs expansion because the people of Belize need to know. At least I want to know and understand. What do you mean by augment? And augment the expenses of administering the provisions of the Act? And that the responsibility, the rationale for a legislation like this is so that workers are protected. But workers are now being legislated to have to augment the expenses of administering the provisions of this Act. So I asked Leader of Government Business if you know. Because it reads a bit like taxation, it reads a bit like a contribution scheme. I don't know, and I would really like to know what that means. How are we to understand what this augmenting the expenses is? Because as I understand it, where an employer breaches any of these provisions or commits an offense under this bill, there are penalties in money that is due and payable. And it's not a little bit of money. I don't know how it is my good Senator Herrera didn't have a little aneurysm when we looked at the figures for those penalties. And those monies, as I understand it, would go back into the operations and the schematics of this bill. So I really and truly, and for the benefit of the public, would like to understand what fees are going to be prescribed, in what circumstances, what is the apportionment as between the employers and the workers. Because anything that concerns having to pay money, we should be all and every time, transparent and have the public know what is the financial implication on him or her once a bill is passed. And in this one, the financial implications always was envisaged to be borne by employers for the benefit of the health, safety, and protection of workers. But now we see that workers are being asked to buy in. And if there is a rationale, legitimate or otherwise, it is good for us to know and learn and understand so that later on we can't then tell people that no, your representatives were in Parliament and debated. They should have taken the issue then. And it is not an issue, it is just a call for information, a call for the expansion and explanation on how that is to work. Other than that, Madam President, because I do want us to hasten as much as possible the business of today, you see, because I don't plan to be here all day. Because you see, you are pulling a fast one trying to sell smart to BTL today. So I will close. I won't keep it. It's happening, Senator Wade. As we speak. So I won't be long, but I do say, in closing, that, and I join with Senator Dennison, that it is truly remarkable. And even though I won't say that this bill represents the most comprehensive approach to upper house work, I think that would probably be the NHI bill. But I would associate myself with him in saying that the ability of this chamber to create a carve-out to accommodate the work, meaningful work, is an indication that where hubris and integrity cross paths, it really does result in proper legislating. And I thank and congratulate every contributing senator who show up ready to work, who read in advance and contribute meaningfully. And I ask the public, you want to call name? But I can't call, I cannot call Senator Castillo. And I ask the public to thank the president of this honorable chamber and the leader of government business and all senators in this chamber who contributed to this iteration of this bill. When you see them, when you see us, for once you can say, job well done. This is what legislating for public good is about, what it looks like and what it ought to be. And in as much as Madam President always says that I am only responsible for what happens in this chamber, there must be, and I cannot accept that a majority in the lower house can allow a bill to come to the Senate in such poor shape. It cannot be. So, in as much as, Madam President, you can only do what you do in here. You are the head of chamber here who can rub shoulders with the head of the other chamber. And in the National Assembly, it must be our common interest to ensure that we legislate responsibly. Because for a bill that took how many years? 13? 17 years? For it to come to us, and we found it in the state it was, unacceptable. And so I signal to those people with the NHI bill, the promoters, do the work. And I say, and I encourage all senators, yes, we're not paid. And even I say not paid, well, not paid. Because what is being offered for the month, Senator Court, they make that in 1 hour. So we're not being paid. There is no compensation for the kind of work that we're doing. On the last occasion, Senator Coy looked at me and said, you understand? They're not diminishing returns. Senator Coy looked at me and said, but how you got so much time? Yeah, I don't know, you know. But to have to do this the way we're doing it, yeah, we have started that kind of thing. But the kind of work it takes, I urge other senators. I mean, man, AI now is before us. We might not understand everything. We might need help. Lean on AI, lean on your colleagues, but don't just show up to show up and not work. Because the Belizean people expect that what comes with our appointment is the industry. And the result of our industry is meaningful legislation like this and those that ought to come hereafter. So at no time, since it has been done here and now, should your majority in numbers influence how you vote. It should be based on the work and the deficiencies that it is our responsibility to correct and cure. Madam President, I end by saying, listen, so if it goes because they're not working, because we must show up here to work. Madam President, I thank you for allowing the space that the work can be done. Leader of government business, I thank you for showing and making it known that the one thing they don't want to do is play with your good name. Because under your watch, certain things must not be done. And it should not be done. And I want this standard to be kept. So not say, sorry, another time. Don't say it was an oversight another time. Don't say, man, mea culpa another time. It has been established. Let's keep it here. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Dr. Elbake.
Madam President, like my colleagues, I rise on behalf of the NGOs to support the Occupational Safety and Health Bill that represents a lot of years of effort, albeit fluctuating. And the bill really represents an unprecedented amount of work to arrive at this point, and I join the fellow colleagues in saying that it has really been the push of the unions, but also the push of the fellow senators here in this chamber, some by the public, the private sector, and the various government bodies, to get us to where we are. I'm only an occasional visitor to this space, but I especially recognize the interventions made by this very body. The bill is indeed not what it originally, what was originally presented. And it's really the intervention of the people in this space that has been invaluable in shaping this legislation into something better. And this is what the system and the process is meant to do. So I also align myself with Senator Pitt's comments that the expectation would also be that it's not just this, the upper house, but that the lower house should also endeavor to do the same in terms of their review, their critical review of the bills. We're really very encouraged by this trajectory, like everybody else has mentioned, of the government organizing information sessions and spaces for everybody to input into this bill that's coming from the House. But let us not let this be only when it is convenient or useful. And as everybody else has mentioned, and I think it's worth mentioning again to show that, we're all in alignment, let us make this the usual practice, because when more of us participate in the process, the laws are stronger. And so it is through intensive and collaborative effort that the commitments to health and safety are truly remarkable. Coming from the environmental sector myself, I'm very pleased with the extensiveness of Part 8 of the bill that deals with hazardous chemicals. I think some of the most egregious hazards and risks that we are exposing Belizeans to come from hazardous chemicals. The way the majority of our food is grown in this country, it is often going unnoticed, unregulated. I cannot stress the impact that this may be having on our health and hence our productivity as a people. And I think it's imperative that we look at sections like this to understand how to really have some practical application, not just in words, but to actually be able to effect the clauses that are in here. I also do have a recommendation from our sector in terms of the ability to eventually amend this bill and change things to include things like climate change hazards. We know that this, for example, we're already in the middle of a super El Nino event, which means that we are now preparing for a dry season in 2027 that's going to be unprecedented in terms of the heat levels. And I think, just as much as the bill contemplates mental health and some other issues and aims to integrate with other legislation, we're going to have to pay attention to some of these hazards to workers that are going to come from extreme heat or other climate change impacts. So I think we need to recognize that this cannot be a static bill, and that once it's a law, once it's effected into law, that it cannot be static, and that there is going to be the need to be forward-thinking and continue to refine. We're also, in terms of other legislation, we are all too cognizant of critically important legislation such as the Disability Bill to ensure that the law translates to improve access and quality of life for Belizeans. So this integration with other legislation is going to be key in the implementation phase, which is what I really want to say, that the real work is now beginning, because words on paper remain just that if there is no implementation or enforcement. And in fact, I was reviewing the implementation plan that was included in the packet, and it's clear that full implementation of this bill is anywhere between 3 to 6 years away, and 6 years is probably going to be the more likely scenario. With the development of regulations, codes of practice, and especially an awareness campaign, for both employers and employees. That's going to be a critical part of the process. And in fact, it is our hope that the excellent recommendations that all the fellow senators who have already spoken have already made are going to be addressed in these regulations and codes of practice. This work forward is really important. It needs to be done together to improve the daily existence of Belizeans, workers, and businesses by ensuring that the systems function properly and really address the realities. So again, a plea to let's not look at these processes and even this legislation as static, because it's a very complex piece of legislation, yet so critical and important for our people. And so it is with that that I close in again, congratulating everyone that has been key in getting us to this point. It's not perfect, but I think the process and the interventions continue to be on point, and we really look forward to working with the government and our social partners to begin the necessary processes for meaningful implementation through joint work and consultation. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Pastor Louis Wade.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Well, I sit here between the independent senator for the business community and the independent senator for the unions, the workers and the employers. And I sit here as the church senator, where we are both employees and employers as well. Of course, most importantly, the intercession between those. But I have appreciated the discourse, the errors, developments, improvements that have been recommended for the OSH bill. 17 years is a very, very long time to have safety either placed on the back burner or constantly being discussed without proper implementation. And so I think the timing that we are in is where we need to move forward, moving it from bill to legislation. But I still believe that there are some things that I need to make crystal clear over the period of time that this bill has been evolving through the Senate itself. And I want to preface that with the backdrop of what took place, with your permission, Madam President, in Guyana, and the sinking of the MV Barima. The issue of safety was not front and center. The investigation is still on, but allegations of overcrowding, lack of safety, age of the vessel, employee safety and issues with the vessel were front and center for years with a vessel over 80 years, that they kept overloading and kept ignoring many of the mechanical issues that the vessel was having. And you have a president, you have prime ministers, you have ministers, you have ministries that are functioning on a daily basis that are there to create legislation. They have budgets for new transportation, and everybody is talking about we are going to fix or we are going to bring a new vessel in. My understanding is that the vessel was even bought, but there were delays. And then one day, enough went wrong, because things were going wrong all the time. But one day came when enough things went wrong that the MV Barima sank with over 133 people, and they don't even know how much, because so many errors became acceptable over time that when they began pulling people out of the water, half of the people that were saved were not on the manifest. And we ask ourselves, how could safety sink so low on the agenda that so many large errors could be ignored to the point where people lose their lives. And when people lose their lives, it's then we pay the utmost attention. And so the OSH bill has been on my mind for years, and then it became a part of my own story when I entered this honorable Senate. I can recall the various accidents that I have personally had to cover when I was a journalist, where serious mistakes were made that led to the loss of life of employees. And then all of the RIPs, we are a country that is used to writing rest in peace. It gets on my nerves sometimes because it's possible to die before the time. It's possible to die before your time. Many people think when your time go, you go. But things like a properly written OSH bill, properly placed into legislation, can and will save lives. And we need to, as I said, think about the lives of people before those lives are lost. The issue I've had is that the Senate became like an opposer of the passage of the OSH bill, when in fact what we were trying to do was to improve the bill. From the fact that the leader of government business was able to declare that 22 changes have been put forward in this current edition of this bill, proves that real work was done. Real work was done. The fact that we have a yet incomplete matrix of recommendations which contains 46 additional recommendations. Maybe a few of them have already been implemented, but they're still marked pending. I think it's undeniable and undisputable proof that this Senate is at work, that we are not just delaying bills for the sake of political mischief or because we are lazy or any other reason that some politicians are trying to put forward in the public domain, which I have a major problem with. We are not slowing down legislation to prevent this government from doing its work. And some of these politicians need to take note of that. We are improving. We are improving the legislation, so help me God, so that nobody have to pick up the telephone after this thing done become law and then beg the Prime Minister to hold it back, beg Minister for slow down, beg somebody in the political wing to please have mercy and have them intervene into the judicial process or the inquiry process or something like that, which is happening over and over in our country. No politician should be picking up the phone to try to slow down a legislation that has already been passed through the lower and upper house. Because on one hand, we are complaining that the bill, they move too slow because we're trying to correct it. And then on the other hand, we are complaining about political interference. I think we can't have we cake and eat it. We're saying that the politicians have too much power, and then when a law is poorly written, we beg the politicians to use a power to get way off. And so, politicians, please allow us to do our work. And this bill that is before us, a lot of work, I believe, that is being done by the Senate should have been done by the lower house. It should have been done by the lower house. And you might have your political reasons for why you walked out, but you walked out on a very important bill. And walking out has its consequences as well. And in the case of the OSH, it can cost lives. It can cost lives. And so I think there is enough to go, there is enough to go around. There's enough to go around. But when a politician goes into the public domain and say that we are holding back the OSH bill because they may have wanted to pass it first of May, Labor Day, a great time. But the bill is so incomplete that when the professionals came before the Senate committee, I had the OSH bill in front of me. As I said, I've been waiting for it for 17 years. I've been promoting it, interviewing people. But when the actual black and white came in front of me, I began to see many loopholes. And I'm no expert, yet I saw a lot of loopholes. So I was hoping that when the professionals came before us to answer genuine questions that I had, it has been stated already, they came lacking information. They came unable to answer many of the questions. And so I looked around in that room and I saw that the best of the best representing labor were present, yet they could not answer and deferred to a minister who was out of the country. They deferred to a minister who just took over labor. So how could a minister who just took over labor become the expert in the OSH? To where the experts now have to wait for a response from a minister who was absent. That threw me. It threw me. Because the experts who write the bill should be in the room and should be giving us the responses that we need. Not a political figure who, if the bill written wrong, the people in the country will one day ask the minister, please hold, please slow it down. Please postpone the punishment. And we have other bills like this that are coming. I believe that I would want to be a part of a group of people, including the Senate, that will want to make sure that when the bill passes through the Senate and goes out, it is written in such a way that, yes, we are human, but there will be less political interference. Put somebody to call, please tell the DPP, or please tell the Commissioner of Police, or please call this one for me, so that the consequences that we wrote in the bill be suspended. It needs to be, I think the hard work needs to be done now, so that we don't have political interference later. And so the experts have to be able to come and say this is why and this is why not. And I'll give a specific example with your indulgence, Madam. I will use a simple example which was something I pointed out, and there, as I said, there are many, and the recommendations are exhaustive, but Part 3, health record retention. It's point 10 on the matrix. I did have it on the actual bill itself, but explain the rationale and legal precedent for retaining health records for 25 years, the burden on employers and households, and how the period aligns with limitation periods for occupational disease claims. Even in the case of domestic, if I have a domestic, I have to be able to keep that record for 25 years. And I'm just using it as an example because not even the government keeps some of these health records for that period of time. And I brought it up that we are putting a burden on employers that not even the government is able to successfully maintain. So when I brought it up, they could not find any legislation that parallels the period of time, 25 years. So they wrote it down. And then they sent the legal counsel, it says legal counsel undertook to examine other jurisdictions and return with a response. Then they found no basis for the 25-year period. No basis. You have to keep the records for 25 years. I work in an industry, media, where we try our best to keep records for extended period of time, to the point where physical, computerized hardware and software is utilized beside hard copies. And we fail at this. We fail at it. And these are things that we want to keep on for posterity. Is that the word? We send our stuff to the archives department after a few years, and it works. As the archives, you better hold some historic documents. And so that's how we manage to preserve, because we try. We've done even cloud, and the cloud takes our money every month for decades. But when we went back for the files, the folders were empty. So we are putting, I'm just giving this as one simple example, that they couldn't find legislation, asked a legal professional to go find merit, came back without it, and still right beside it, pending. Something I believe that could be easily rectified. Now I need to say many things have been rectified, which is why I can stand here comfortably to support the bill, because many things have changed. And I do want to add my voice to the other senators who have commended this Senate and its leadership for allowing many changes to occur. But I believe that this is proof that there are still some arbitrary clauses that can continue to be changed. We need rationale, because there may be a penalty for the 25 years, some type of penalty. So why should we put these kinds of clauses in there that carry an unnecessary burden on employers, which could also have penalties, when it can be easily adjusted downward to what the technology can handle, to what government itself can handle, or to what the employers can handle. I mean, I have a suggestion for that. After 5 years, give it to the government. Let them hold it for the 25 years. Let's see what happens. So after 5 years, after 5 years, hand it over to the government, and then let the government use its best means to hold that information, because we are placing an unnecessary burden on employers. Now, the emotional, mental aspect. I do want to speak about it because it has come up multiple times. It is a reality that injury that can occur in the workplace is no longer only physical, that it can be mental. I don't think that anyone would disagree that more and more we are beginning to understand not just physical injury, but mental injury. But I continue to state the warning that our mental health system is not adequate. It is lacking. In fact, only this weekend, I reviewed the Gazette to look at registered doctors on the list of medical practitioners that we have. It names the nurses that are registered, it names the doctors, every field in the country of Belize. And there is only one psychiatrist, one in the entire country of Belize that was placed on that list. So we do indeed need to be careful how we create an offense in an area where the professionals are lacking. Now, I mean, people tell me I have mental issues, and I prove it to myself from time to time. that is certain. From time to time, I go, I see why. I could see why. But the truth is, we are not the experts. We can talk about stress, we can talk about depression, we can talk about anxiety and some of the negative effects that it has. And I want to commend the group that I heard is doing more workshops, and we need more of that. So I believe that when it comes to mental injury and emotional injury, I believe that more groundwork needs to be done. We need to continue to build capacity. And I think when we reach maybe more. We need more psychiatrists, psychologists, etc., so that we can have professionals deal with that matter. And so I believe that where the legislation is now, it tiptoes around that issue, which I believe is essential at this point. And then possibly within a few years, we can look deeper into emotional injury. It is real, it is present within our system, but and we need to encourage more, as I said, capacity building. But when we are beginning to put offense as a part of it, I think we're going, the cart is ahead of the horse. And so I would want us to continue to show caution. I continue to give caution in that area. Now, in concluding, please don't rush the Senate as we deliberate these most important bills. I believe that if the lower house does its job, then we can move faster. I am sure, I've become convinced over the last year that those in government in the lower house depend on the work of the professionals that they have in the ministries. So they might get a white paper, they get a speech to write, which speaks about what the bill hopes and wishes to accomplish. And I believe that many of them go on that because what we hope to accomplish is always very good things. I mean, but as we say, the devil is in the details. The devil is in the details. And so I think that it is not productive or conducive to good relationship when we are trying to do our work to the best of our ability because the lower house failed in doing its job, and then we are being told that we are slowing the process down. And I'm saying that because people have said it to my face, that this is what they believe that we are doing, when it is not so. So it's to me, it's the closest thing to my heart because I see other bills that I would love to want to improve. So it's like here I am here we are with our best intentions going forward. It's like, how can I improve this bill because it has come here? Not saying that all of our wishes are going to be accepted, but it's in good faith. Why good faith? Because we have more documents than ever before. Is that correct? More supporting documents than ever before. Information sessions like never before. Committee meetings. So just my thoughts. So to me, I see within the chambers here that desire. Now, out the need for get that word, get the understanding that we are doing heavy lifting here. And so may a tragedy like the MV Barima never have to occur first before we say, oh man, we took too long to pass this bill. And so I support it, but the work continues. All of these pending need to be resolved, because at the end of the day, there should be no public outcry because a law is so outrageous. A law is so outrageous that there is public outcry for no political intervention in something that, if it was done legislatively right, would have simply allowed the technocrats, the courts, etc., to just carry out their job without interference. So it's like we hate political interference and we love political interference. You understand? It can't be. And I think it's how we approach lawmaking. Thank you very much, Madam President, for allowing me to speak on this bill.
I beg your indulgence, Madam President, but if you must have a standing order, I would ask your indulgence on standing order 33-4. Just a personal explanation. The leader of government business made clear in his intervention that was given, with your indulgence, Madam President, that the matrix was circulated by email. I did not receive those emails, and it prompted me to inquire with the newly appointed deputy clerk, who I take the opportunity to congratulate as well. And I found out, Madam President, that there was some technical change made in the address of the National Assembly. We used to get it from clerk, and here now it is coming from National Assembly. Or some technical issue that Mr. Grant says, Cito had assured them that we would have no difficulty, but apparently with that change, all of my emails coming from the National Assembly, and subsequently, since that change was made, went to spam because that was not a recognized contact from my thing. So I make that clear that that was something that was out of my control, certainly, but the correction made by my colleague, the leader of the opposition, and it allows me then to give my full support to what has been, what I wanted to do from the beginning but could not do without in the vacuum of the matrix, and what I consider to be still consider to be a very important document in this whole presentation, or the whole second reading. But it allows me to give my full congratulations to this process, as so many others have done. So I thank you, Madam President.
Recognized Senator Hector Guerra.
Madam President, just very quickly, it would be remiss of me not to make 2 points. Number one is to place on the record my support for this Occupation, Safety and Health Bill. Stemming from that, number two, to say that this honorable chamber, with the leadership of you, Madam President, as well as the leader of government business, must be commended for the progressive, for the consultative approach that has been taken in dealing specifically with this bill, but also the approach that has been set, a very high standard where we receive as senators white papers, we benefit from information sessions, we benefit from committee meetings, and really setting the standard and procedure that was never followed before. That, I think, is important to place on the record. Specifically, in relation to this bill, I'd want to mention that we met May 6th. Arising from that May 6th information session were proposed amendments which were shared with all senators on the 4th of June. It went into your spam also. On July 15th, we had...
Senator, kindly allow the Senator Faber, kindly allow Senator Guerra to proceed.
On July 15th, we had another information session, and the matrix that was shared is a product of that information session, and it's quite comprehensive. In relation to the emails that were shared, one was shared on Wednesday last, which came with information papers, white papers. One was shared on Friday, which included the matrix, and another was shared yesterday, just with additional supporting documents. So in the round, Madam President, I just want to place on record my support for this bill and for the very high standard that this chamber is setting. Thank you.
Madam President, I wish to wind up the debate on this very important piece of legislation. And I start by saying that it is unfortunate that criticisms were leveled at public officers when they should be praised. It is unfortunate when a process was undertaken to give everyone an opportunity to participate, to offer their comments, criticisms, and suggestions, and some elected not to participate, and then to come today and to criticize the process. It is unfortunate, Madam President, where the staff of the National Assembly works diligently in providing information and organizing our meetings, and no acknowledgement is given for the work that they have done in this particular piece of legislation. And so I feel duty-bound to correct the record on a number of things. And I will start, Madam President, by acknowledging one of the points that Senator Pitts made. Senator Wade ended with it. Do not for a second believe that those of us on the government benches have not repeatedly complained that the House is not doing its work. Repeatedly complained. And I want to make the point that on this particular piece of legislation, there is no excuse, as Pastor Wade pointed out, by saying, well, the opposition wasn't present on a day when the OSH bill was debated, because there was a committee meeting where they were present, where the bill was considered. No amendments in the numbers that we have presented was made by anybody, regardless of political persuasion, in the lower house. And so that is an issue. It is a systemic issue. And so I will speak for myself. I don't care. You can say I am slowing down the bill, but we're going to do it right in this Senate. Madam President, facts are stubborn. People don't like facts. Former Vice President Mr. Gore spoke about the inconvenient truth. The first session was held on the 6th of May. The public officers who turned up were criticized in here and outside. The truth of the matter is that they were unprepared for the level of details and the inquiries that were presented by senators. No one can shy away from that. They were also not prepared without political approval to commit to any proposal that was being made by senators. And that is understandable. There is no point for a public officer to sit down in here and say, yes, I will amend Clause 4 or I'll amend Clause 10, and then go back and their CEO or the minister says, that is not going to happen. The long and short of it, I said they were unprepared for the level of inquiry that was presented to them. But to say that it was a waste of time is not true. Whether it gone to spam or not is no defense. When this Senate met on the 5th of June, when I was not present, and the Honorable the Attorney General was a temporary senator appointed to sit in for me, senators will recall that this document, at the end it says prepared by the Attorney General's ministry, was sent to senators the evening before and presented to senators when they arrived at the Senate. It had proposed changes arising from the first meeting on the 6th of May. The Attorney General immediately recognized and accepted that it was unfair to call on senators to debate the OSH bill and to take into consideration these amendments that were shared late at the very last minute, and therefore the debate on the OSH bill was deferred. It is incorrect to say, it is untrue to say that as a result of the meeting on the 6th of May, there were no proposals. This staff of the National Assembly, Madam President, listens to the recordings, takes notes, and prepares a report for the Attorney General's chambers. As a result, the Attorney General's chamber was able to produce some proposed amendments that were raised by senators. We held a second information session, Madam President. Senators, Senator Wade, referred to it, Senator Pitts referred to it, the detail in which, and it's the one that I attended, in which senators went into the clauses one by one. And unlike the first occasion, Madam President, the representatives, the public officers came prepared. They were able to respond. They were able to explain. They were able to provide rationale. And where they were not able to do so, they undertook to take it back for further deliberation. And Madam President, I will call out their names because they should be thanked and congratulated and not criticized. The Labor Commissioner, Mrs. Rosella Dominguez-Pot, Mrs. Claire Lam, Ms. Baha Showman, Tanya Santos-Neal, Mr. Rudy Ake, Mrs. Leandra Bodden-Marsh. All came, all sat there and provided answers to the many questions, the many inquiries, the proposals that we made, as a result of which we got another matrix. And to come here and to criticize people who are not here to defend themselves after they have diligently worked, after they have taken on board the issues that senators raise. Madam President, I say it is unfair. And I salute and thank all those public officers for their hard work. I thank the clerk of the National Assembly and her staff in the National Assembly for organizing those meetings and for helping and preparing and circulating the documents to emails that are given to them by members of the Senate. We can stand here today certain in the knowledge that due process, due deliberation has been given to the OSH bill. Every senator has had an opportunity to participate, to make their contributions, criticisms, etc. The process has been transparent. Records were kept and amendments and matrices circulated. Madam President, I don't take any pleasure or pride in being praised for adopting this process, because this is the process that should always take place where there are pieces of legislation which requires deliberation and consideration and deep thinking. That is what should happen, and this is a process which we should all insist on whenever we have serious concerns. Now, Madam President, a couple other points. Included in the information that has been circulated is a document called the Occupational Safety and Health Act 2026 Implementation Roadmap, referred to by Senator Elmer Key. Criticisms have been leveled again against the ministry and the Department of Labor about its budget, and that there is no budget for this. Madam President, if we had taken the time, if senators had taken the time to read the implementation roadmap, they will see that there is a complete breakdown in the budgetary needs that the ministry have identified out of their CAP 2 budget, the $516,301 that is required for the current fiscal year. They have identified it in their phased approach. They have explained how it's for implementation budget for staffing, salaries, transport, equipment and supplies, and meetings, training and education, and the phased funding plan. They then give an indicative 3-year implementation framework within 6 to 12 months, what is to happen after the act is passed, Within 9 to 18 months, what is to happen? Within 18 to 36 months, what is to happen? Pointing out, of course, Clause 87 of the bill empowers the minister to bring in the bill and different parts of it at different times. They go beyond that in Part 6 to set out the indicative staffing projections, year 1, year 2, year 3, coming to a total of 18 at the end of year 3. Madam President, the document sets out the capacity building and technical assistance. They identify the high-risk sectors and future budget requirements, all set out in consummate detail for all of us to see. I point this out, Madam President, in the context of concerns, legitimate concerns raised by senators, that the bill still needs further work. It is a work in progress, and everyone understands that. And I am saying that what the staff of the ministry contemplate is a phased approach, so that as they train up people, as they get their staff, as they get more budget allocated, they will bring in different parts of the legislation. Madam President, we had this information with us before the debate in the Senate, and this should have informed the debate on this bill. There is no undue haste. In fact, quite the contrary. We will move in committee, Madam President. Listen. Amendments to clauses 2, 7, 8, 9, 16, 21, 26, 28, 31, 38, 43, 44, 46, 55, 56, 61, 62, 68, 70, 71, 73, 74, 81, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. That is the result of the work of this Honorable Senate. And I am proud and I thank all senators who participated and who contributed to making this bill a much more improved specimen. Madam President, this is a historic day for workers and employers in Belize. And we should be proud as senators that we have contributed in a significant way to having a new dispensation in terms of the relationship between worker and employer, in terms of health and occupational safety. We have come to do our work, we have done our work, and now, Madam President, I ask that the question be put. Thank you, Madam President.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish a National Occupational Safety and Health Advisory Committee and the Occupational Safety and Health Inspectorate to provide for improved standards for occupational safety and health of workers and other persons at work, to provide for duties and obligations of employers, workers, self-employed persons, manufacturers, suppliers, installers, inspectors, and other persons at work, to repeal the Factories Act, Chapter 296 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an Act to establish a National Occupational Safety and Health Advisory Committee and the Occupational Safety and Health Inspectorate to provide for improved standards for occupational safety and health of workers and other persons at work, to provide for duties and obligations of employers, workers, self-employed persons, manufacturers, suppliers, installers, inspectors, and other persons at work, to repeal the Factories Act, Chapter 296 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I seek your indulgence at this point. I believe the Deputy Director General of the Directorate General of Foreign Trade is present in the chambers, and I would wish to know whether senators wish to have a session with her before I move the second reading of this bill, or they wish to have the debate and then call her in the committee of the whole. If we want, we can deal with it now at this stage if that is a preference.
Patrick Faber.
Sorry, I accept what the Leader of Government Business is saying, Madam President, and in fact we would welcome the session, but that's the thing, you know. Please allow me, Madam President, to, well, the process that we went through with the OSH bill, the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of Government Business made a point just now, or earlier today. He was so intent on not being blamed for what happened. And I understand that, that's fine. What he explained was that he consulted with me, and he consulted with, I guess, the lead senator for the independent senators, and then he approached you. And I thought that was a bit unfair and not absolutely the truth. Let me finish. The reason, madam, is because at no point when you made a pronouncement on his request, granted he consulted with us, did any announcement about suspension of the regular rules occur. There was never a point where you said, well, this is not the way it is done normally, but we will allow it to be done this way because it will benefit the members of this Senate. And so that was very disingenuous, and I want to set the record straight there. That then, Madam President, spilled over into Senator Guerra's flawed intervention. No. It has to do with the same flaw.
Madam President.
Because, Madam President, if I may, just a minute and I'll be finished and we can start doing things the proper way. He then spoke about the first matrix. What the first matrix entailed, Leader of Government Business, was the interventions by myself and by Senator Arana. So Senator Herrera was proper in saying that that first session that we held with the technocrats was not recognized. The first set of amendment, the brief set of amendment that we found on the morning, you are correct, came from just the limited intervention, so he is wrong. But all of that happened because we diverted from what was the known way of doing it, and I don't have a problem with that. But please, in the future then, let us be clear when it is you are suspending the normal practice of doing things. Let us be clear that that is a ruling coming from you and not something that the lead senator for government will later on wash his hands off and say it is not him. He is correct in that he did consult with me. He did consult with the independent senators. But it was your call. Yeah, but no call. I said then they blame. We blame anyway.
Okay,
so
can we?
all of that to say, we need to understand. We need to understand if the request is to have Ms. Gideon come in, what is the usefulness of that in terms of what we can achieve in terms of the changes in the bill?
Okay, senators, what I will do at this time, I will suspend the Senate for 5 minutes so we can have a conversation as to how to move forward. being with us today to shed some light on the Caribbean Community Free Movement and Contingent Rights Bill. What would be the process for us is if you can give us a brief overview. The Senate resumes. Leader of Government Business.
President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to give effect to the decision of the heads of government of CARICOM to authorize nationals of the participating member states to enter, re-enter, and remain freely within Belize in accordance with the provisions of the Protocol on Enhanced Cooperation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, we just had a session with an expert from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Deputy Director General of the Directorate of Foreign Trade, who took us through the Caribbean Community Free Movement and Contingent Rights Bill 2026. Madam President, this bill has its genesis in the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, under which all CARICOM member states have agreed to create and establish a Caribbean single market and economy, which will provide for the free movement of people, capital, and goods and services, the right of establishment in different member states, the right to seek employment in different member states, the right to remain and live in member states. That process of deepening the integration process has not gone as quickly as many member states would like. And in fact, there are other parts of the, should I say, the CARICOM community agenda that has not moved as quickly as heads of government have liked. And therefore, a decision was taken to establish a protocol on enhanced cooperation. And by that protocol, any 4 member states can decide that those 4 would like to move forward on any particular aspect of the building of the Caribbean community. That decision is then conveyed to heads, and heads sign off on it. Once those 4 have decided, they put in place the administrative arrangements, followed by the legal arrangements to give effect to that decision. Insofar as the free movement of persons within CARICOM is concerned, Belize, Barbados, Dominica, and St. Vincent decided that they wanted to move ahead with the free movement of their nationals among those 4 member states. Consequently, the CARICOM heads of government meeting was informed of that decision, and it gave its approval. Consequently, there was a protocol on enhanced cooperation and protocol to dealing with the contingent rights of member states, of individuals of member states. The essence of the legislation, Madam President and colleagues, is to provide for the right of entry and stay of CARICOM nationals from Barbados, Dominica, and St. Vincent, and upon doing so, they enjoy the contingent right of employment, to provide services, the right to financial services, the right to education, health, and of course to bring in a motor vehicle. Also included is the right to social support in the event of a flood or other emergency, etc. They are to enjoy those rights without discrimination. Madam President, as we have been informed, the way the protocol works is that administrative arrangements are put in place, and the 4 member states have been implementing the free movement of nationals on the basis of administrative arrangements. What this bill is intended to do is to provide a legal regime that enables any person to point particular to a section and say, I am entitled to come to Belize because I'm a citizen of St. Vincent or Dominica. I'm entitled to these rights, and you must accord these rights to me. Today, that is only done administratively. So the benefit of this legislation is clarity, putting a legal framework in place to give rise to the duties and obligations and the benefits that our nationals can enjoy. As has been told to us, 146 persons have moved to Belize. 146 of them have been given the right to indefinite stay. However, I believe it's less than 10 have actually come into the workplace. And we know that because they would have to register for Social Security. And that data is shared with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Ministry of Immigration, so that they can track what these persons are doing. Madam President, it is my respectful view that the legislation is required to give a legal basis for the administrative acts that are currently being done. So I commend it to colleague senators.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
We have sat here, and to be honest with you, we're very, very uneasy that we are here doing the people's business, yes, but while we're doing the people's business, Madam President, the government is seeking to purchase Smart from its owners in a deal that the Belizean people, Madam President, the Belizean people have said they don't want. The government, Madam President, is ramming down the throats of the Belizean people as we speak, Madam President.
Senator.
Ramming down the throats of the Belizean people as we speak.
Senator Patrick
the Smart
Farber.
Acquisition. We are against that
Senator,
acquisition, Madam
Senator
President.
Patrick
The
Farber.
Belizean people are
Senator,
against it, Madam President, and we expect that we will be heard.
Senator
Madam
Patrick
President, we
Farber,
will
I
not
am
stand
standing.
here. We will not stand
Senator
here and
Patrick-
behave like it is business as usual in this honorable chamber.
I am suspending
We will
this-
not.
I
We
am
will not
suspending
continue
this
to
Senate.
behave like it's
The
business.
Senate- The Senate resumes. For clarity, let me make reference to Standing Order 36, subsection 1, which says, subject to the provisions of these standing orders, debate upon any motion, bill, or amendment shall be relevant to such motion, bill, or amendment, and a senator shall confine his observations to the subject under discussion. I suspended the Senate because the senator, in my opinion, was contravening Standing Order 36, subsection 1, and showed disrespect to the chair of the Senate by continuing to speak when the President of the Senate stood. I now resume this session. I recognize Senator Reverend Louis Wade.
Thank you, Madam President. I am the newest member, still new, when it comes to the parliamentary procedures, and of course the ins and outs of debate. However, I know that for the years, even prior to my presence here, philosophically, I believe that leaders have a responsibility to speak on every matter as they arise. And I do intend at the proper time and in the proper circumstances to speak on the matter of the acquisition or the pending or the proposed or the voted on or the process. What is before us is, of course, the Caribbean Community Amendment Act, and we just came out of the information session. But even if unrecorded or struck from record, I stand to lose more than anyone in this chamber, whether present or absent, from what the government seeks to do in recreating a monopoly in communications. And so, at the proper time, what shall be done may even be more effective than walking out. But for now, the people's business must precede mine. And so, having clarifications as it relates to the clauses in relation to the Caribbean Community Amendment Act, I do intend to support this bill as it seeks to continue the unification of the process. But again, let me make it distinctly clear to this government that, in my opinion, it loses its mandate when it does not become the servant of the people. Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving me the opportunity to speak.
I ask that the question be put.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to give effect to the decision of the heads of government of CARICOM to authorize nationals of the participating member states to enter, re-enter, and remain freely within Belize in accordance with the provisions of the Protocol on Enhanced Cooperation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to give effect to the decision of the heads of government of CARICOM and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole Senate on Bills.
Honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honourable members, I now take the chair as a chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Senate. Honourable members, I now call to order the
Reporting on third reading of bills.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Occupational Safety and Health Bill 2026 and passed it with amendments. I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the National Occupational Safety and Health Advisory Committee and the Occupational Safety and Health Inspectorate to provide for improved standards for occupational safety and health of workers and other persons at work, to provide for duties and obligations of employers, workers, self-employed persons, manufacturers, suppliers, installers, inspectors, and other persons at work, to repeal the Factories Act, Chapter 296 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Bill for an act to establish the National Occupational Safety and Health Advisory Committee and the Occupational Safety and Health Inspectorate, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Caribbean Community Free Movement and Contingent Rights Bill 2026 and passed it without amendment. I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to give effect to the decision of the heads of government of CARICOM to authorize nationals of the participating member states to enter, re-enter, and remain freely within Belize in accordance with the provisions of the Protocol on Enhanced Cooperation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to give effect to the decision of the heads of government of CARICOM and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Senators, for the records, I wish to make 2 points before I pose the question. On the matter of information sessions, I wish to note that the standing orders do not provide for information sessions. This is a novel initiative to enhance the debate process and ultimately to strengthen the oversight and scrutiny role of the Senate and to enhance our democracy. As a note, the process involves several stakeholders. It is not just the staff, the clerk and staff of the National Assembly. It is the promoters of the bill. It is the Attorney General's ministry and technical expert. In the next 2 weeks or so, the clerk and I will be meeting to review the piloting of this initiative, and we will find a way in which to streamline the process, make it more effective, and make it more efficient. The second point I want to make mention of is respect in this honorable House. I do believe that respect is a two-way street. I extend respect to each and every senator in this House and the right for every senator to make their own intervention, and I have given very wide latitude to the interpretation of words like relevance. As well, I have given a broad latitude in terms of the continuous bantering that takes place in this House. In the same manner, I expect that the chair and the ruling of the chair shall be respected. Erskine May parliamentary practice makes the point that criticism against a ruling of the chair constitute constructive contempt of the House, and it demeans the dignity of this House. Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.